I still remember that fire. All those burnt corpses. I still remember that fire. And ashes that are darker than the night. All those burnt corpses. I still remember that fire. And ashes that are darker than the night. Justice might come late, but it will never be absent. There are no eternal thrones, but may glory be everlasting. It's my duty to cleanse all evil and impurities. Justice might come late, but it will never be absent.
Oh, brother.
I still remember that fire. All those burnt corpses.
Did you guys
And
just
ashes that are darker than the night.
blurp train? I just noticed my shirt kind of matches the color of the text. It's like puke green, you know? I don't know why it's that color. I was messing around, working with different
There are no eternal thrones.
chats,
But may glory
and I
be
liked this one.
everlasting.
I don't know why it's green though. So, but I don't know, but it's working. I like the little X, Twitch, YouTube emblems. It looks fine. Everybody, good morning. I am officially the oldest person streaming on Twitch. Why? I went to the gym and my back's hurting, so I got like an old man like heating pad on my back. That's gotta push me up into some echelon in the Twitch category. Welcome to the club. There's gotta be, that's gotta push me up a notch, I think. Mine started hurting 3 years ago. Hello, everyone. Yo, what's up? Just now it started. So I went to the gym yesterday. In my opinion, I thought I pushed myself pretty hard. And, yeah. In my mind, I'm telling myself, your lower back's probably just sore from using improper form. It's probably not what it is. Mine's hurting since you talked about it. Uh-oh.
Justice might come late, but it will never be
Maybe.
absent.
It's definitely gym-induced for sure. Whether I hurt it or it's sore, either way, my lower back is blah right now. Good morning, everyone. Got a couple of things going on. We've got some Moon Studios is currently live, so we're going to be turning this on in just a second. We got Thomas right here. They just started. So we'll watch some Wicked together. I first have to show everybody this. I have been working on my Carino 1 Ranger of Glory, considered the worst class in the game. We have pushed it up to 1214, approaching #1 in the world. So we're getting there. And check this out.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
Right around 5 billion damage. Yes, that number is correct. Wowie. Yep. So I've 5x'd my damage since yesterday. Boom! 5 billion. 5 billion. I just hit 1.2 billion and killed the Traveler. Nice. Very nice. Are you broke again? I'm not broke. I've got 90 for crafting and 84. I'm broke. Today will be, I'm gonna get my blending on my belt. And then I'd like to do some dream crafting on my body armor and rings. And then maybe slam some vals on the gear. Something like that. So you're broke. Yes. Guys, I'm hitting for 4 million damage. That's pretty good. Yeah. Oh, he is broke. 84 FE. Yes, I'm broke. You're broke. You're broke. 90 is crafting FE. I know. If you're broke, boy, just say so. Oh, brother. All right. Who do we got here? Diggler, what's up? Kevin, hello. Hello. Cajun, thanks for helping me test out X. I just wanted to make sure that chat was working as well since we had an X chatter yesterday. Shmee, what up? What is the chat box? Precious? Yes, it's very precious. It's green. I don't know why it's green. I'll work on it. I want to start working on like the fine-tuning stuff of the stream so it's ready for the next event that might start in 1,537 hours. By the way, when it comes to, in my opinion, like time is moving faster, when we put this clock on the screen, it was 1,770 hours. It's now at 1534. It's actually going down faster than I thought. Cool looking Twitch badge at least. Thanks for me. Lady, hello. Neon Prime, what up? Toxic, Richard, Anger, Iron Forged, hello. Otter, hi. Nordic, what up? So I checked the same as you, checked in the hero rankings, and in the EU, I see 4 Carino 1s, but only from level 95 up, and I'm not there because I'm level 80, so my conclusion is these lists only show top players. I believe you have to be T7 ranked, or you have to be in mapping T7 to show. Cajun, Slider, Toxic, West, Otter, Sith Lord, Iron Forge. I already know I said good morning to a bunch of you. Good morning, Naked, good morning. Big Guy, hello. I'm at T7 now. Very good. Okay. Between the top 5 isometric action RPG games, where does TLI settle, you think? If you're counting live service, there's really only 5. There's really only 5. So if you're talking PoE 1, PoE 2, Torchlight, Last Epoch, Diablo 4, there's not many. If you're talking the whole genre, there's
come late.
It's hard. Never be absent. There's so many different like criterias. I will tell you that every Torchlight season, I get pretty excited for. And as long as it does not launch on top of a Last Epoch season, it will always take precedent. So, for nothing else, it's just fun. I find it extremely fun. I find it extremely fun. Okay, everybody, we're now starting.
case embers are the only thing that matter, versus you running around and collecting resources to craft a new item and see, well, is this new item have a bunch of potential?
I know we just started the stream, but I do want to check out this watch party for Wicked Together. So I'm going to mute Torchlight, run some maps while we listen to Wicked Together.
Stuff and go through that process again, versus I just collect one piece of everything and then I use an infinite number of embers that I've collected to try to transform that one thing I have into the perfect thing over and over and over. So that was my concern. And I know that there's more of a happy medium. I don't think we've gone as far, certainly not as far as Path of Exile, but
and watch him smoke
I want to strike a balance between players running around the areas and killing things and collecting resources and using other items or other systems to perfect those items.
Kevin, let me actually throw a question in regarding this, right? So as a designer, how do you react to the old adage of if given the opportunity, players will optimize the fun out of any game?
Yeah, it's certainly true for some, like especially the highest end.
Oh, I hate it when this happens. Their audios aren't mixed, so Thomas is way higher than Kevin.
It's kind of misleading because, again, for that group, that is the fun, is optimizing. They don't have the moment-to-moment fun that other players are having. Their fun is all about, I've perfected this item, I have the best in slot, my character is complete, I feel accomplished and that I've achieved everything there is to achieve, right? So that's the fun part of the process for them. So it's sort of different types of fun for different players in my mind. And we want to have, a healthy amount of both. We don't want to sacrifice the moment to moment so that only the achievers of the group and the optimizers out there are the only ones having fun. But we don't want the process of optimization, to sort of overtake the moment to moment, right?
One thing that did surprise me a little bit, sorry to interrupt real quick. One thing that surprised me a little bit was that how quickly players go from, hey, this is a pretty good item, right? To, oh, now it rolled one enchantment that I don't want, right? And my ember limit is out, right? And now that whole item is garbage because that one enchantment isn't the max potential one that I wanted, right? So I'm sure you guys saw that also during World of Warcraft and so on. How did you react to stuff like that?
Yeah, and that's actually...
Okay. I don't know if anybody else is like that. I get Thomas's point. I am that way. 6 items, if there's 6 affixes on an item and one of them is like, does nothing for my character, it's bricked. It's total garbage. I do feel that way.
Functional part of their design discussions.
I hate that.
And
yeah.
I remember sort of just leaning back in my chair, that's a worrisome approach to this whole problem.
Can you play co-op?
And it's a realistic one, so I don't blame,
You could play co-op in Torchlight and in Wicked tomorrow.
A lot of people would say that's all Diablo really is the quest for loot and improvements over your existing gear, right? So the time to upgrade is sort of the quintessential piece to that experience. But on WoW, we just had a whole bunch of other things we were juggling at the same time. So, but yeah, the difference between the perfect item and utter garbage for the optimizer is a very, very thin line. But imagine in No Rest for the Wicked, where you wash up on the shore of the beach and you pick up your first weapon.
Anybody that's watching me play Torchlight, if you guys thought my damage was good yesterday, today we have 5x'd it.
So obviously that's not the right approach. We want players consistently looking for a better thing than what they currently have. And that can come in a variety of ways, but we have to be really careful with when we give you the best in slot. Because the best in slot experience is really satisfying. But if we give it to you on the beach, most would say that's way too early. But if we wait until the very, very end of the game for every slot, that's also probably too late. So we want to figure out exactly how to keep players hungry and interested and participating and playing and getting excited about incremental upgrades all along the experience, and then eventually hit best in slot at some point. And maybe, you know, if you have 8 slots or 10 slots, then, you know, we can stagger out those 8 to 10.
Yes, tomorrow I will log in to No Rest for the Wicked, start a fresh character, a fresh playthrough, and I'm already on their Wicked statue. We will have drops enabled on this channel.
Complications in there just with that. But those are kind of some of the things we think about when we think about that experience.
Let's jump to the next question. Next one is, what was the hardest decision we had to make about co-op? Kevin, let's start with you first.
Oof. Well, one from very early on was realm hopping.
Yes.
And trading. And
trading?
You know, do we allow the experiences from one to bleed over into another? Because those can have a very big impact on the experience.
No, Diggler, I don't think so.
And I don't know how many of you are old school enough to have played Diablo 1, but many times, the first experience of a new player in Diablo 1 was you join a server, and then someone else hops into your game and drops Godly Plate of the Whale on the ground that they had duped or whatever. And you instantly get upgraded to best in slot, right?
Will I play the new PoE 1 event? I do plan on playing the new PoE 1 League early March, but I do not think I'm going to play the new mini event.
Again, a huge impact when you allow players to go from one realm to another and transfer items around or change game states and things like that, right? So,
but that's always been a thing, right? Like that, players did this all the time with Diablo 2, right? And then in Resurrected, they made it even more approachable, right? Like, how do you feel about muling items around and so on?
Right. So you just have to be. It's a really tough decision.
How are you? Doing good, doing good. We're watching the No Rest for the Wicked together with Thomas and Kevin. Wicked's multiplayer update drops tomorrow while we grind some Torchlight. How are you?
Experience. And so it's really difficult. And the other thing is, I mean, we've ultimately decided to let players, you know, control the outcome. We've given you guys the tools to do as much or as little as you want, and we therefore give you the responsibility of deciding to ruin your own experience or not. And, you know, that's a lot of power in your hands, and sometimes players are going to make bad decisions and they're going to accidentally ruin their own experience, not, you know, thinking that they're not, or just want the gear, and, you know, then they end up getting bored because the game is too easy because they have the best stuff, right? So we feel okay trusting you guys.
Everybody, Derek from 11th Hour Games Last Epoch is here and wanted to confirm that this Friday Dev Chat will have multiple Season 4 teasers. Very cool.
You play it how you want. If you want to take those risks or ruin experiences or invite everyone in, you know, then that's your choice. And we hope that you can play with these tools in a way that enhances your experience rather than detracts from it.
To me, if I have to answer the question, it actually came fairly early on, right? At Moon, generally, what we're always trying to do is we're looking for ways to advance the genre, right? So, for example, when we did the Ori games, I remember when we started in like 2010 or so, right? There were no real Metroidvanias out there being made, no modern ones. I remember researching quite a lot back then, and, you know, there was a game called Aquaria, right? And that was it. And like, even Konami didn't really allow AAA Metroidvanias being made because there was all this whole 3D craze for a while. And with Ori, we then basically took on that burden basically on like saying, hey, we don't quite understand this because games like Super Metroid and Castlevania Symphony of the Night and so on belong to some of the best games that were ever made. So it didn't make sense that these games, you know, just withered and weren't really made anymore, right? So that's basically where we came from. And with multiplayer for Wicked, I think every time we approach a subject like that, we want to see, like, one of the obvious questions is, okay, what could we do in that aspect that is better than what has been done before, right? And to me, it was always this whole thing of like, asking myself, well, what is the experience that I had when I played games like Diablo or even the Dark Souls series and so on together, right? And on the Diablo side, I never really felt like becoming a true RPG party, right? It always was this whole thing of like, oh, I'm just temporarily inviting a guest to my game, and then we play a session together, and then that guest leaves, right? And I never quite liked that, because you never actually got that feeling of building something together, right? It always was, oh, we're leveling up a bit together, right? And that was it. And then on the soul side, it was even more constrained where, you basically had to invite someone, and that, but there was a random element to that, right? And then, hey, we beat the boss together, but then that's it. Everybody leaves the realm again. So right from the very start, I was like, I want to finally fulfill that experience that I always wanted, right? Like going back all the way to Secret of Mana, which, by the way, I played with my 7-year-old son last year. And he really loved that experience, right? But the problem is, like, a lot of people aren't playing on the couch together anymore, right? So we had to, like, the question was, how do we emulate that online, right? And to me, it was always this whole thing, well, the realm has to be shared, right? Like, it actually, like, I want to get that feeling of, like, hey, I'm playing on a realm with Kevin, and then Kevin goes to sleep early because he's an old man, and I keep playing for the whole night, and then Kevin can come back in the morning and actually sees all the stuff that I did while I was out there raiding and so on, right? And now there's even a competitive angle where it's like, oh my god, Thomas bought that horse already, right? So I have to hurry up and like buy the other one and so on, right?
Horse.
And that creates a real sense of, well, we are actually building something together, which I think you didn't really have anywhere else yet, and that to me is really special. So it's those kind of things. It's like decisions that you make that then you will end up working on for years to really fulfill it, to realize it. That would be my answer. Let's jump to the next one. What did the open beta prove to you? Kevin, take it away.
What did it prove?
What
Well,
did it prove?
The most obvious answer is that people love the art style. Like the level of feedback we get over the art is so good. And I would say
this is Kevin, game designer, and obviously Thomas, CEO of Moon Studios. This is their No Rest for the Wicked Together interview. Tomorrow their big multiplayer update drops. We will be streaming it. We already have approved drops, and we're just checking it out today. Listen to him.
provides atmosphere and does all the things it's supposed to do, but you're so caught in the moment, that it's the kind of thing you appreciate later.
Wait, but isn't that such a strange thing? Because like for a good 2 decades now, right, there was this unspoken rule that an ARPG has to have procedural level designs, right? Because otherwise you will never replay, the game and so on, right?
Also, again, I apologize. Thomas's audio and Kevin's are not matched, so Thomas is way louder.
But the scenarios that happen inside, right, like which enemies you fight and where all the loot is and so on, that changes, right? So, what's your thoughts on that, right? Because it's very, like, I always questioned that whole thing because I hate procedural level design. It doesn't produce good levels, obviously, right? So that's why I went for that. But what's your thinking on this?
Yeah, it just reminds me how important the context is. Like you mentioned, like we have the environment doesn't change much, but the context of which you're playing in the environment changes dramatically. Different enemies, you're approaching from different angles because you might be going through a zone front to back, and then next time back to front, from top to bottom or bottom to top, right? So, and that changes the way everything
Mark,
plays.
it's not what you think it is. The clock in the corner. So
I'm an old systems guy, right? So I think about people that always said, well, I have to have a million choices when it comes to picking a new ability or spell or trait or talent or whatever it is. And then, to give XCOM a shout, I go and play XCOM, you level up a soldier, and you only ever have 2 choices. But the context of which that choice is in makes that decision really, really, really important, really valuable, and really powerful. And so
it's not a subathon.
You don't need a million choices every time you level up or whatever in order to feel like this game is really rich and has everything. So yeah, context just matters so much. And yeah, I think people that get stuck in one way of thinking is exactly why the ARPG genre hasn't really evolved very much, because they consider the template for action RPG to be best in slot, and that's it, and it can never be improved upon, right? Which obviously isn't true, but it's discouraged a lot of experimentation. So here we are trying to change that and do something bold.
It's
and
not
new
a
and innovative
subathon,
and crack the
guys.
mold a little
Don't.
bit. And in the
Let me
same
actually
way,
dive into that, Kevin. So
Mhm.
obviously your time overlap there with Blizzard, right? Like you were probably there when they shut down Blizzard North, right? And then, hey, Diablo 3 moved over to Blizzard South, right? And I'm guessing you followed some of that development, right? Like what was
What's
your
up,
thinking
DMF?
on like, hey, did they hit it with Diablo 3? Like was Diablo 3 to you the game that should have followed Diablo 2, Diablo 3 the game that should have followed Diablo 2, or like what were the design discussions?
Yeah, there was a big gap between 2 and 3, if any of you guys can remember. But a lot of different versions of 3 were pitched and played around with, from very different groups of people too. So, but the thing that always comes back to me is, if you guys remember, or some of you really diehard fans will remember, the behind the scenes stuff about Diablo 1 was that it started out as a turn-based game. And the idea was it could only succeed as a turn-based game. And then, people said, well, why don't...
The clock in the corner, the community made me put up there. That is how many hours until last Epoch drops season 4. Not a subathon. Sorry for yelling already.
And they made a quick build to try it out because, it was like, no, really, this is an interesting idea. We should try it. And this was an Alan Adham suggestion to Dave Brevik, and Dave Brevik spent the weekend, and he's talked about this, but he spent the weekend playing it, and he was like, God damn it, it's right. We didn't want to believe it, right? But there it was, staring him in the face, and
I think that's always the interesting
things.
thing.
This works, and then it created the genre, right? So, yeah, it's just one of those things where like you don't know what's going to work all the time, and you think you have the formula nailed, but
it's
it
not
takes
a
a bold
yelling
step in
athon.
another direction to realize
It's me, guys.
The next evolution is staring us in the face, and we can be the ones to...
I think that's always such an interesting thing to happen, though, right? When you feel like really confident as a designer and you're like, I know how that works, right? I have it all figured out in my head, right? And then you have to try something new because lots of feedback comes in, this, that, right? And then you try it, and like, it's interesting as a designer that you still have that moment of when it's right, it's right. You know what I mean? That
instinctually
we're trying, yes, exactly, that you're trying the crazy thing, right? And you're like, this will never work, this is bullshit. I'm so experienced as a designer, obviously I know ahead of time how it'll feel, right? And then you try it and you're like, God damn, yes, I was wrong, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's an important thing to be open to, as a designer, because we get set in our ways, or we get convinced by all kinds of crazy things. So got to keep an open, fresh perspective.
Well, the question was, what did the open beta prove to us? I think we generally just really enjoyed people having a ton of fun, right? Like the interesting thing that we're seeing now with No Rest for the Wicked Together is that, well, it's coined the co-op update, right? But it's not just the co-op update. It comes with, like half a year or so of extra polish, extra decisions being made, that kind of thing, right? And what it proved to us is that generally, like, people just enjoyed the crap out of it. It also, like, we ran it because we also wanted to see all the connection issues that people had and so on, to hopefully make sure that, the launch is as smooth as possibly can be, right? But I think it proved to us, like, that these decisions that we had made, like the scribe table and so on, right, that they moved the game more and more into that direction that we wanted to be in, right? So that was it for me.
I was also just generally shocked by just how many people want to play with others. we tend to think of most games being, even when they're multiplayer, being played largely by solo, people.
I agree with that.
And then, somewhere between 5 to 20% are playing multiplayer. And so I was impressed and really pleased to see how many people chose this moment to jump on board and be like, no.
That'd be too much. That'd be too much on the screen, Derek.
That I play games with, so that percentage, it feels like, has increased, especially in a genre where, as you said, the multiplayer experience is on the shallower end, where it's like they temporarily join your realm, but they're sort of fire and forget friends, and you use them to increase difficulty or increase loot or get you through a tough boss, but that's about it.
Let me actually throw in a question on that, because let me actually throw in a question there, Kevin, because I find that endlessly fascinating. So you were there during the very early days when World of Warcraft, for example, was concepted, right? And we had lots of discussions on you being very passionate about it being important how you can actually make friends in that game, right? And you were a huge fan of Ultima Online and so on back then, right? Which I also played a lot. And obviously you came from all of these MMORPGs, right? But then in the years after you left Blizzard, right, there was a lot of stuff being done so that you could actually play this MMORPG alone, right? And then LFG and all of that stuff, right? So I think it would be interesting if people hear kind of your perspective on all of this.
So, I consider the MMO genre so unique and special is because of the massive amount of people sharing the same world and having impact on each other, whether small or huge. The thing that differentiated EverQuest from what we try to do with WoW was, after a certain level in EverQuest, it was really difficult for you to play solo. It required a group, which required socialization. And then the rewards were there as well, because you got to do bigger and better things and make it fun. So one of the things we tried to break from the model of EverQuest was, it's okay if you can play alone. It's okay to allow the game to let you solo from level 1 all the way to max level. And my theory was, this will increase the number of people just playing generally, and that will create more collision between players as well, which then they might take advantage of and go on to form groups or guilds or add people to your friends list, that kind of thing. So the more people playing, the more collision was the basic idea. Because I've had the experience in other MMOs where you log in, none of your friends are online. This is kind of pre-Discord. None of your friends are online, and so you just immediately log off because there's no one to play with and you can't do much by yourself. And when you have a bunch of people doing that at different times consistently, then that's a failure of the social dynamic rather than a success. So if everyone's just online playing by themselves and doing things and progressing, they're more likely to be online when other people
400,000
group up and go do something really fun. So that was the approach we took, and I was always really fascinated with the socialization part of it because I consider it to be
super
critical to making any MMO actually work.
Give me all that.
And I think later generations of MMO design have forgotten that in some ways, and they care more about your ability to progress despite other people around you rather than because of other people around you. And so you end up feeling isolated and alone, and yes, there's other people, but they almost feel in the way of what you're trying to accomplish rather than an opportunity to group up, make friends, go do bigger and better things. Now it's, this guy's slowing me down. This guy doesn't know how to play his character. This guy doesn't know.
Thomas needs me and Frosty on this podcast.
So they get kicked immediately and that kind of
Frosty.
stuff. So, yeah, all this socialization stuff I think is really important to get right. And obviously, you notice For the Wicked is a very different game, but I see people trying to create that experience and crave that experience in our game, which is really positive, and I was really pleasantly surprised by just how many people are looking for that experience.
I mean, in many ways, what we're doing with Wicked is we are making so many decisions that are basically old school decisions, right? And I saw somebody in Discord today pointing that out, right? And I think it's very true, right? Like, so for example, we went for first come, first serve loot, right? Which wasn't the case, by the way, Kevin. That's one thing that you had your influence in, right? The very first time when we put in the loot model was just everybody. Like, if you open a chest, right, I get my loot, and then the next person gets their loot, and then the next person can loot that, and so on, right? And you were the person who kind of convinced me to change that, right? So could you add your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think, I mean, the old way, we had the obvious stuff, which was the conga line for the chest, right? You know, just every time there's a chest, it's 4 people waiting in line to open it up and get their, you know, their loot for that chest. But also, it kind of feels like an isolated experience. Like, you're all kind of doing the same thing separately. You're all experiencing the game at the same time, but you're not really sharing the same experience.
Like, it's almost like 4 players playing a single player game together, right? Instead of
side by side rather than together, you know, like so yeah, the idea that just every time, and this blends into our friendly fire discussions as well, but just knowing that the actions I take have an impact on my group and the surrounding environment, and vice versa, I can be affected by the person next to me, is huge in the sense of that social engagement of I matter, he matters, what we're doing matters, we're part of this world, we're affecting this world, we have a presence, and there's meaning to the actions that we take, right? So everything that we can do to stimulate that and enhance that, rather than making everyone feel invisible and intangible, you know, when they're playing side by side,
I need to play with Frosty.
Is a bad thing or a step in the wrong direction, right? So that's how
in many ways you want that conflict, right? You want the conflict of, oh my god, this item just dropped and there's 3 players standing next to you, right, that also would want that item, right? But now you have an interesting thing going on, right? Now the group actually has to discuss things and go, oh, but you got the last one, and da-da-da, right? Which is so much more interesting than, oh, we just gave 4 people the greatest item on the that exists on the realm, right? Like, it's just...
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, in that situation, I think I would take the item, so because I play more, and then I'll farm and get everyone else the same item. I think that would probably be the best way.
Things can be, you know, oh my god, so and so took the thing again, you know, just like him, right? And those are fun moments, right? And I know a lot of people think of any conflict as bad.
What?
But I think low-level conflicts, like, you know, sharing the loot and having to have a conversation about the loot, is actually overall a positive experience, because you have to work through it.
And we'll grab it and go offline. Come on, guys.
It's, you know, over
it's funny,
food or whatever.
just a couple of months ago, I played Turtles in Time on the Super Nintendo with my friend, right? And I remember playing it with him back in the early 90s when it came out, right? And he was the kind of guy who, when a pizza box appears, he grabs it, right? Doesn't matter if he's full on health, right? That kind of thing. And it was so funny that 30 years after, he played exactly the same fucking way, right? Even though it was like, dude, we're like 30 years older, you know, and I needed that health kit, and you just took the pizza box, like, what the... Hasn't changed a bit.
But you might also remember the one time he didn't take it because he knew you needed it, and he gave...
Okay, I would give you guys the pizza box. Come on.
Yeah. Next question. Let's go with that. What's the biggest thing we changed because player requested us to? Well, there's 2 that immediately jump to my mind, right?
Yeah, so the big one is timers. That's a big one. What's the other big one that you were thinking?
Fast travel.
Fast travel, right. Yeah, so those are obviously big. Yeah, so timers I thought was an interesting one, and this gets into the sausage making a bit, but
Let's get
And
into the sausage making.
We're making sausage.
And one of the things I pushed for was, well, let's increase the need for refined resources rather than raw resources, so we can lower the timers and push some of that time into the refining time. Which feels like
West.
it's
do
still,
I have to
you're
greet?
still waiting,
We got our first
but it's a little
core.
bit better disguised, right? So you could say, from our perspective, like, oh, you're just being sneaky. I still have to wait, but it feels
not
more
still
natural.
doing
It
this,
feeds
right?
into the other systems in the sense of
Yes.
improving your refineries matters.
It's funny that it's a very similar conversation to what we had regarding player agency on the enchantments, right? Where players really want to have a say in the thing still, or have some way to shape the experience.
Right. And then we added fuel, right, to accelerate that still, right? So I felt I feel like the timers still have value. Disguising them a little bit helps, and it puts the understanding and some controls over it into the player's hands. It makes sense. It feels more natural. So they're not entirely gone, but it'll be really interesting to see. Like, obviously, you guys in the chat are like, oh, we're aware of it now, so we can't give you honest feedback. But it'll be interesting to see more honest feedback of like how people react to the change of raw timers to processing timers. And overall, it still came down in most cases, so there's still a net improvement.
So every time greed pops up, I have to push it.
To see how people react.
We've already lost
our
on
first
timers.
On timers, I was the one who always put his foot down regarding, no, guys, these have value, right? Like, we're keeping them in, even though people give us negative reviews and they're saying, well, Wicked is a stupid mobile game and that kind of thing because timers exist. And I was always the one who pushed back against that, right? And said, no, I want this to be a world that, has its own rules, right? And you have to live with those rules whether you want it or not, right? But in my head, there was also always the problem of, well, I wanted the entire game to use time properly. And this is one thing where I failed as a designer, I feel, because I haven't really made that work yet, right? In the early days, and this is an interesting discussion as well to have, Kevin, right? In the early days, and for a long time, by the way, for the first 4 years or so, right? We had, this is before No Rest for the Wicked came out, but the timer in the game was always set to actual real time. So if it's 3 p.m. on your system, right? Then it's 3 p.m. in the game, right? And I always liked that because of just Animal Crossing, right? And what that means. Because I always thought it would be interesting to have these moments where it's like, yeah, if you want a certain resource, well, that only grows on the coast at night. If you want to catch fireflies or something, right, then you have to go to the coast at actual nighttime and catch them there, that kind of thing. But we never had the chance to kind of like make that work, right?
That's because people started updating the time on their computer. So they would literally go farm the stuff at night and then go to day and then update their computer's time to cheat the system.
Wicked after like 6, 7 p.m. or something, right? Which means I will have to play the game, like all I'll ever see from the game is nighttime, right? Which, okay, I think I get it, right? That's kind of crappy, right? But in an ideal world, I would have still wanted to make that work, right? But because I haven't yet, and the whole game isn't working on timers yet, that's why I gave the okay. And we were just in that systems discussion, right? And I was actually surprised that people went ahead with it. But then I thought about it for a couple of minutes, right? And was like, well, why not? We're still in early access. We can just try it now, right? And then it was interesting when we popped up the Discord chat after we made the announcement, right? There were so many people that were like, what? Bring the timers back, Right. But I think I would only do that if we actually go through the whole design process of making the actual game work with time properly, right? Let's actually discuss the other thing, though, fast travel. Because that's also one where a similar thing happened, right? Like our life system isn't fully fleshed out yet to the point where I would want it to, right? Like we are switching out the factions that take over an area and so on. but it's obviously not the final version yet, right? And then I watched people like Rexanterex play No Rest for the Wicked, right? And he constantly complained about, hey, I have to run to this place again, right? And ultimately, because there was some negative feedback when we initially shipped Breach because we overtuned some of the difficulty stuff, right? And that's where we kind of like flipped the switch and we're like, you know, guys, it's easy for us to add a fast travel thing. Let's just try it, right? But Kevin, now that we had the fast travel stuff in for like half a year, it's interesting, right? Because I am actually myself using it all the time now, right? How did your experience go?
Yeah, I use it, but it's funny. It might just be the stubborn old man in me, but I don't upgrade the whispers very often, right? So, you know, fast travel and location and last whisper still matter to a large extent. As a designer, I'm tempted to go even further with the no fast travel thing than most players like. But you know, for me, ultimately, what I like is, especially as I get older, I play games differently now. Like, I used to play a lot of shooters when I was young, and the joke was you play Counter-Strike when you're young, and you play World of Tanks when you're old, because when and where you shoot matters a lot more in World of Tanks than Counter-Strike, which is very much just, you know, very twitchy and like got to hit him in the head and, you know, that kind of thing. So it's an interesting transition between the moment-to-moment skill and the more strategic and game knowledge type of skill. Like World of Tanks, you have to have more game knowledge on where to hit a tank and when to shoot. And so when applied to Wicked, it's like the difference between being really good at killing things in the moment to moment and collecting the resources around it very quickly because I'm fast at combat and very efficient. And then the sort of old man strategic layer of that is, well, I have to plan my routes and my travel and know how to get places and make sure I've unlocked all the shortcuts so that I can get to all the places I need to get and in a really efficient manner. I'm going to harvest these 3 zones today, and I'm going to harvest those 3 zones tomorrow. So I need to set myself up based on my travel to, you know, effectively farm all 6 zones, right? And that's a different skill than the skill of the moment to moment. Of course, you have to have the moment to moment, but I could see like the young player who's really good at moment to moment and the old guy who's good at strategizing how to get from place to place coming out about the same when it comes to total resources farmed across a day, if that makes any sense, right? So those are the kind of things that I think about when I'm designing. Like, what skill sets can we bring into the game to invite players to participate in that improve? And the more of them there are, it makes for a broader, more diverse experience that different types of players can enjoy for different reasons. And so that's where my head goes when I think about things like fast travel. Because fast travel allowing everyone to immediately get exactly where they need to be at all times sort of cuts off the availability of a whole different type of game skill set that someone might have appreciated. You know,
Have you made a video yet about the audio feedback? I have not. See, guys, Shath is here. I know what you're talking about. There wasn't an actual survey in the post. That's why I didn't make a video.
Next question was, why should someone who's been on the fence show up for the launch?
For this launch specifically, yeah, it's mostly just co-op. Like, that's obviously the big new attraction is you can play with your friends. But secondarily, I think, yeah, we've revamped a lot of the things about loot, depending on how long you've been away, but loot has gotten significantly better. The
I'm
process of
walking
finding
through
and
T8 now.
evaluating and improving and replacing the loot that you have, I think, is just better across the board. Enchantments are better. Various other systems. The process of upgrading is a little bit easier and friendlier. It was really expensive, especially on like hard to find upgrade parts. I think that's been alleviated. to some extent. So
I think this question is kind of like hard to answer for developers a lot of times, right? Simply because
mhm,
we are usually not playing the build that is like months old, right? Like we are always playing the latest stuff internally, obviously, right? So it's kind of hard after 4 or 5 months or so to know, oh crap, really? That was in the old version? Yeah, exactly. When exactly did we make these changes? But generally, like I've been doing a lot of playtests recently with like multiple characters. And I mean, the game is just in a way more polished state, right? There's way more features that have been added and so on. So I think it's a pretty good time to jump in. Well, the other thing, by the way, that Apurva told me I should mention is that we'll actually be running a sale tomorrow at 7 p.m. And one of the things that we have always planned, right, was that like once we hit 1.0, we are going to increase the price of Wicked to full price. So this is going to be the last hurrah for people who haven't joined Early Access yet, right, to actually join Early Access. And then what they get in return is a really damn fun game, right, that already lasts you like 40, 60 hours, something like that. Even if you just do one run through, right? We have crazy people on the Discord who already put like 1,000 hours into Wicked, right? So I think you already get a lot for the money that you put in. And I mean, the game is clearly in the best state that it's ever been in. It's really, really, really fun to play. Obviously, I think there are going to be
35?
immediately be some small things that people point out tomorrow. But we'll hotfix them again and so on, right? But overall, I would say that, right? It's just in a really polished state now. It's just really fun. And if you have any fun in like playing games together with friends and so on, I do think it's an incredibly cool co-op experience. Quite unique.
Yeah, I agree. And I would just add to that I think for people that have been away for months, there will be a lot there for you, even from the single player perspective. And for those who are really interested in like ongoing development side of things, like don't just play to enjoy the game, but also love to see every step that we take. There's also changes from just, this recent open beta, right? So that haven't been seen yet and will be seen in this newest release. So I think there's plenty for just about everyone to come back and look at.
Next question that came in, and I will quickly answer that, is just when consoles. We have said many times that, well, we're doing consoles when we reach 1.0. We're basically in many ways just following the exact same strategy that Larian and so on put out, right? When they made Baldur's Gate 3, like one of the reasons from a developer's perspective why Baldur's Gate 3 was able to launch in the way that it did was because they had such an extended early access period, right? Baldur's Gate 3 was in early access for over 3 years, right? And they used that time to just polish the crap out of it, to see actually how do people play the game, and that allowed them to perfect it, right? And that's basically what we're doing with Wicked, that we're basically just using the early access period to get the game out there, to have people already playtest it, because the game is at such a level of complexity that I don't care how good of a designer you are, right? You could never just, walk on it in your bedroom and then throw it out there and, hey, now I release 1.0 and it's perfect, right? Like there's so many things that you will find due to the complexity of systems and so on. When thousands or even millions of players play it, right, that you would never find yourself. And so that's the idea, and that means for consoles, well, we are going to support consoles for 1.0, meaning, well, internally we have the game already running on the PS5, and we're now getting to the lower spec machines, meaning Switch 2 and like the lower end Xbox machines and so on, right? And that also obviously comes with optimization. That's something that I'm really looking forward to, because usually when we work on consoles, that means that our tech team has to have some time where they really can go in and make some risky changes that we wanted to do for a long time. And that then benefits everybody, right? Because that will just mean that, optimizations will happen and so on. So the answer is at 1.0, the entire console crowd will come in, right? And we are literally just doing a very similar thing that Larian did with Baldur's Gate 3, right? Where we want to use early access to have it out there, have people play it, us looking at the data, us perfecting it, so that by the time 1.0 hits, we can, as much as humanly possible, guarantee that, you know, No Rest for the Wicked will be a banger, right? That we ship that masterpiece that everybody expects from Moon Studios. Let's go with the next one. Some exciting promotions for the co-op launch, question mark. And again, Apurva sent me a little thing there. So we are doing Twitch drops, right? Like, let's actually quickly discuss that. Because internally, Kevin, right, we are old farts, and we grew up with games that were not full of fucking microtransactions and that kind of thing, right? And I think the Twitch drops and the stuff that we're doing there is fine. That doesn't bother me, right? But let's actually divert a little bit, right? Like, how are you feeling about this stuff? Because I recently just put something out on Twitter where I heard Mr. Lama talking to actual Chris Wilson, right, from Path of Exile. He's not working at Grinding Gear Games anymore. But they were kind of like discussing the whole thing of like, cosmetics are necessary these days, right, to kind of like fund the title and so on, right? But then you look at games like Elden Ring and Shadow.
I would never play a game that has paid anything. Never. I can't support that.
And like my thinking is that, well, that's because they made a phenomenally great game and people just wanted more, right? And then they gave them more and people bought it, you know, surprise, right? So, and obviously they made a crap ton of money on that, right? And
what?
every time I get like the bean counters to show me the numbers from microtransactions, I don't get that excited, right? It's usually not that crazy, especially if you're talking, you know, the typical AAA games and so on. It's obviously like there's different numbers on mobile and so on, right? Because it's just a whole different audience that you're attracting there. But how do you actually feel about microtransactions and all this stuff? Because there was an interesting thing that happened with Diablo 3, for example, the auction house, right? Where my feeling was that, well, first of all, that came in super late. I don't know if you remember that, right? But that was not something that was planned from the start. But also the inherent problem with that, to me, is that it's a system that by nature makes the player play the game less, right? Because why would I spend the next 8 hours playing if I know in the back of my head I could just jump onto the auction house and get the same item that I'm after by paying $2. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then answer that for me, right? Like that, and then also the whole, how do you feel about cosmetics are fine, right? Microtransactions are fine if it's just cosmetics.
Yeah, so I'm pretty close to you in terms of the microtransaction feel. I think the purpose of most of them is just to make money, and they can have a negative impact on the game itself if they're handled in a certain way. There are some microtransactions, I think, that have been handled okay by various companies. You know, sort of microtransactions done right. But that's always the risk is, you know, what's more important, the integrity of the game and the game experience and the art that we're creating versus, you know, making the most money. I fall on the art side. I want the game to be the best thing it can, even at the cost of the literal cost of making less money. For the auction house and Diablo, it took a game where killing things and finding amazing loot drops was pretty much the core experience, and it changed it to, if I collect enough money, either in game or by purchasing gold, because it was a real money auction house, then I can get the items that I want that way. And that second way of acquiring, even in the case of where I collect gold in order to buy the things off the auction house, just felt way worse to me. It felt way better to kill Diablo and have an amazing item drop than it ever did to collect 5 gold at a time from piles on the ground until I had 1,000, and then I bought the ultimate weapon on the auction house from someone else who had the experience of killing Diablo and having the item drop. So Yeah, I think something was really lost there in terms of just the experience of playing the game. And that's why the auction house was a mistake. Whereas the auction house isn't a mistake in World of Warcraft, there were obviously limits on the things you could get in World of Warcraft.
That's why
but World of
COF is
Warcraft was a
better.
much more social experience, and you had people that were literally role-playing merchants and mastering supply and demand and manipulating the auction house to buy low and sell high and, you know, corner the market and, you know, things like this. And so that became the experience that people were chasing rather than I buy everything from the auction house to replace my need to go out in the world and kill things. So
What is this conversation they're having? I don't get it. I don't get it.
it was a negative thing in a Diablo type game and a positive thing in an MMO type. But yeah, I feel the same for the most part as you. It's like I want to make the best game and have people love this game for the game itself. And every time I see people pulling out their wallet to enhance the game experience, the hairs on the back of my neck start to stand on end because I'm really worried that it's taking away from the experience.
How do you feel about that adage of, you know, oh, microtransactions are okay as long as it's cosmetics? Because my problem is always, right, like let me jump in real quick, right? Because my problem, because I am dealing with a lot of the loot tables that we have in the game, right? And it's hard enough already as a designer to figure out, oh, what loot do I give you in all of those various things, right? Like what loot should the Echo Knight drop and so on, right? And cosmetics in many ways, oftentimes in ARPGs, are the end game, basically, right? People just want to fulfill their full class fantasy. They want to look cool. They want to have all the stats and so on, right? And then the problem that I see is that even if you give a designer the whole thing of like, oh, it's just cosmetics, right? It doesn't change anything about the stats, right? But in many ways, the cosmetics are the end game, right? So what automatically happens is that if you turn cosmetics into something that people will pay money for, right, then the cosmetics have to be really cool looking. And that automatically means that the stuff that you give players is going to be pretty crappy. And I do think that's what we are seeing in most other ARPGs, right? That it's just, hey, the stuff that drops for me makes me look really mundane and crappy, right? But then if I go to the in-game store and spend a whole bunch of money, right, then I look really cool, right? And it takes away that whole thing of like, hey, I spent 100 hours on the game, but that guy who spent like 5 hours on the game but put another $100 into the in-game store looks cooler than me, right? Which kind of like ruins it for me. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think that is the risk that is very real, because anyone who sales will tell you, well, no, the thing you're selling for real money has to look better. You have to get more for your money. Like, money is more valuable than time.
I'm not listening. La, la, la.
And that's one of the fundamental things that playing video games tries to flip on its head. Like, a lot of us play video games for a sense of accomplishment in a world that's feels more fair in terms of we all started at the same place. Like, I'll use WoW as an example, but so many games are like this. We all started just sitting down at a computer and firing up a game and not knowing anything about it. And some of us became the best players in the world at this thing. And that makes us feel like our time and our energy and our skill and our brains, you know, got us to this point. Whereas in a lot of places in real life, you know, you have various advantages from the second you're born or that you achieve along the way. Some of it's from hard work, some of it's from putting in the time, some of it's your skill, some of it's your brain, some of it's just dumb luck, and some of it's from resources available, you know, where you were born, who you are, you know, whatever. And so people play video games in some cases as it's a more fair setting. The people at the top deserve to be there, whatever that means, because we all started at the same place. Obviously, that argument gets really complicated. I don't want to go too far into it. But the thing that gets flipped on its head is, well, now I can just pull out my wallet and turn this game experience where we're all competing for prestige and to be the best and I can transform this game experience into a more like a real life experience where I just pull out my wallet and things tend to go my way because I have more than the net guy next to me. And that's a thing that a lot of people have a problem with, and fair enough. And again, the sales guy is going to tell you, if you make a cosmetic and you put it in the shop, it should look better than the one that the guy who busted his ass and worked really hard to achieve gets. And in an ideal world, with these things coexisting and everyone being okay with it, then time and money would be roughly equivalent at best. And even that's a stretch, because it's like there's probably a lot of people that are like, no, it should just be time. Your money shouldn't matter at all, which I get. But even in a situation that's ideal, them being comparable, but it's not that way.
All right, Crimson, have a good one, brother.
The shiniest horse, the best looking outfit is usually in the shop. And the thing that you can earn by doing the hardest things in the game, they require the most people and the most effort and most skill and most strategy, are not as good as the things you can just buy.
I think Chris Wilson had an interesting podcast. Like, he has a really good YouTube channel now where he talks about these things, right? And he talked about these dark patterns and so on. And I agree with a lot of that. I think, like, even if you're trying to do your best, right? If the order comes from above, like, hey, we have to put microtransactions in, right? It always ends up being, like that, well, what we give you in the game has to be kind of crappy, right? So that you do spend in the store. And there's a lot of people that are making the argument that, well, if it's a free-to-play game, it's okay because the developers have to earn something, right? But I think at Moon, ultimately what we...
Oh, what game are they talking about?
So it doesn't, none of that shit fucking matters, right? Like, it just has to be, as you play the game, are you having the most fun you ever had, or are you not, right? And if I'm giving you shitty loot, then the answer is most likely no, right? And it doesn't matter if you paid $60 for the game or if you paid nothing for the game, right? Ultimately, it just boils down to how much are you enjoying the experience that you just had, right? That's where it falls for me. Regarding the promotions and so on, right? The stuff that we are doing. So, for example, we have the Twitch drops coming up. There's two really cool ones. We already kind of like showed them off on Twitter. If you want to know what they are, just go to Twitter. There's a big champion statue that is just our celebration for co-op. And then there's a little homage to the games that we made before. That is also really cute. And those are actually exclusive for now for the people who help us in early access, do the Twitch drops, help the creators that help promoting Moon
I'm number
Moon Studios
2
and
on the
Wicked and so
statue.
on, right? And then the other thing that I need to bring up is that we are actually will run for the very first time a minus 40% sale. And let me actually explain that. Because it's no rest for the wicked together, right? We want from the development side to see as many people playing together as possible. And well, the easiest way we achieve that is by making the game a little bit cheaper, giving people a break, right? The economy is in the trash anyway. So if you can get the game for cheap right now, I think that's a good thing for all of us, right? So we would just like to see as many players as possible playing together, having a chance to come in. And we did a double whammy on this, right? Meaning that we are also going to run a free weekend. Because what we are seeing is that a lot of players who get to try Wicked love it, but they haven't tried it yet, right? Because it's a leap for a lot of people right now to buy an early access game and spend $40 on that, right? So we want to, make it as easy as possible. So tomorrow at 7 p.m., all of this starts. So you will be able to get the game for 40% off. And there's a whole free weekend thing coming in, right? So that you actually can get to play with your friends. And that's what we'd like to see, right?
Now, guys, this word friends, this is another human in real life that you enjoy being around, talking to, have each other's back. I don't know if everybody,
because at some point we're gonna exit early access, and at that point it's just a full price game, right? So when we initially discussed this, I didn't want to put the game out there for like full price in early access, right? Because Larian did that actually with Baldur's Gate. where the early access cost $60, right? I always thought that's a little bit much because people should get something from actually playing the game early and giving feedback and so on. And to me, the obvious thing was always, well, let's give them a rebate on the price, right? But once the game is out, I think the value will be there, right? Like Kevin, I don't know if you've seen that, right? But I actually adjusted the level up curves, right? And if we go level 60 right now, what I'm seeing with our old calculation, I'm hitting 172 hours. If we use the numbers that I put in. So I think it will be quite a lot of content for people to play. Let's actually jump to the next question. That is a bit of a strange one. Well, let's see. Yeah, so the last one, the next one is the last one that we have there. And that's just, what does success look like for us?
Yeah, I'll give the artsy-fartsy answer to this, which is people play the game, they love the game, it creates moments that emotionally resonate for the rest of your life, right? Like some experience that you remember or appreciate, and that can even be a throwing the controller type of moment, right? Like I know this is, throwing your controller in Dark Souls is a thing that people can.
Medic,
a lot of people
he's
that play
talking
that
about
game
controllers. Medic.
But the moment that follows that, hopefully, is you beat the boss and you remember the struggle and getting through it. And the deeper the struggle, the more satisfying the final accomplishment. So when I think about making great games, the best games that I can make, it's to create those experiences, both single player, multiplayer, everything. Things that, like when I get together with my friends, we still talk about some of our earliest game moments from our favorite games that we played together, or just single player, that we both played. And those are the kinds of things that, for me, that's a success, is creating an experience that affects and resonates with players for the rest of their lives, So that's what I'm looking to accomplish. I'll let Thomas talk about maybe the financial realities of
Keyboard
running a
and mouse
studio
are
and
controllers.
keeping everyone employed and paid and happy.
Yeah, obviously that's the shit that I have to deal with, and some of our folks have to deal with, right? That it is actually incredibly expensive to run a studio, right? And in many ways, we have not done any of these things that studios usually do to squeeze a little bit more money out, right? And get a safety cushion and so on. But I would say success to me would simply mean that we put our dent in the genre, right? And I mean that in a positive way, meaning that what we always do at Moon is we look at how have genres become stale and what can we do to contribute, to help a little bit, right? So for No Rest for the Wicked, what I saw is that, well, when I played Diablo 3, I was overwhelmed with that feeling of, if I would have made the successor to Diablo 2, I probably would have done it differently, right? And then especially so when I played Diablo 4 and other games, right? I always had ideas for when I played Diablo 2 back then, right? I always thought that Diablo 2 is one of the best games ever made. And a lot of these ideas that I had as a kid while playing that game never really came to fruition, right? And that was basically the whole thing with No Rest for the Wicked. With Ori, we kind of like stepped away because we felt like, hey, we did a lot in the Metroidvania genre, right? We
made it to day 9. We're screwed though now.
Pretty critical in terms of reviving that genre and showing to publishers and developers out there that if you make a really good Metroidvania in the 2010s or something, you can absolutely make money, right? And I think the industry has noticed that very clearly, right? I remember somebody from EA reached out and telling me back then that, hey, we started a studio that is making some game right now just based on the success of Ori, right? Because I like from Microsoft back then, when we asked them about early projections for how many copies of Ori could we sell, right? The absolute top projection that we got was that if the game is a success, lifetime, you might just sell 800,000 copies, right? And that was based on games like how Castle Crashers sold and Limbo and those kind of things, right? And ultimately, we actually ended up selling over 15 million copies, which is pretty bananas. And now it's fascinating to me how crazy things have changed, right? Like now you see every week there's a Metroidvania coming out or something, right? So I think that's pretty cool. And then on the ARPG side, it's the same thing. Like I think this is a genre that just has become stale, even from the core pillars, right? When I first sat down and thought about No Rest for the Wicked, it was this whole thing of like, you have to then break it down, like all the core gameplay pillars, right? And have to go, okay, what has been done before and why has it been done that way, right? And I've been recently fairly critical about this stuff because I do think what we do here matters a great deal. And I want to see other game developers do similar things, meaning that if you look at the way ARPGs, a lot of the ARPGs still work, right? They're still rooted in point and click systems. And that is because simply, in the 90s, mid 90s and early 2000s, you couldn't have done it any differently, right? Technically, it would not have been possible. You couldn't have made a 3D game with actual animations that have root motion, where every weapon has a hit collider and so on, right?
What's wrong with point and click?
Make it like a fighting game and run rollback netcode and so on, right? But then it clearly became possible, as hardware got better, as our input systems got better and all of this stuff, right? And what we are seeing right now is that a lot of even the most modern ARPGs out there that are not Wicked, right, are still rooted in that point and click system. And I think in many ways it's just because, hey, this is the engine that we have, right? Or this is that thing that we have. And I made that analogy on Twitter recently regarding that's what I really admired about Nintendo back then, right? Because they were riding high on successes of, Mario on 8 and 16-bit, right? And then Miyamoto went and said, let's throw all of that into the trash, not because it's bad, but because we have to move forward, right? Because there is a next step clearly there somewhere, right? And that next step was 3D platformers, right? And at the time, nobody knew what a 3D platformer was, right? It wasn't a thing, but they had the guts to say, we're going to make the next Mario 3D and we're going to bet the entire company on this, because if Mario 64 wouldn't have worked, there would be no Nintendo today probably, right? But they had the guts to actually trust their own designers, right? And say, we're good enough designers that we trust ourselves that we'll figure this out, right? We'll make that work. And that's what I would like to see right now more of in the industry, right? Be that we're not just seeing the same old shooter with just a little bit different campaign, right? Or the same old ARPG with more bells and whistles on it, right? But literally just us having the guts to say, we're going to try to make the next big thing. And in order to do that, we have to question everything, right? Is point and click still the thing to do today, right? Or do people get a bigger kick out of actually controlling their characters, right? And actually doing all these things, right, that you could do today, even though it means it's really painful if you have to say goodbye.
You guys think Thomas would hate Last Epoch? You think he'd hate it?
Years, right, and all these things that you had in your little toolbox, right, and say, fuck it, I don't know what's out there, but I'm pretty sure it could be a lot better than what has come before, and we'll dive into that, right? Kevin, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me started on the MMO genre. The thing I think...
He'd hate it.
So what I will say about the MMO genre is I think there are several games that have tried to do something ambitious and to evolve the genre. And the problem they found was that you also have to do all of the basics extremely well. And that ends up gobbling up most of your time. You got to do the basics, do them very well, and then you have room for a couple of innovations if you're lucky. And so a lot of this like newer games talk really powerfully at the beginning about how they're going to transform, and then by the time they get pretty far along in the project, it starts to look like more of the same because they've spent a lot of their time just trying to do basics really well. So it's really tough. It's really tough to evolve, a genre.
kind of interesting, actually, when you think of Path of Exile 2. Path of Exile 2 wanted to evolve the ARPG genre. It was very different than PoE 1. And then slowly, what is PoE 2 becoming? Is it moving farther away from PoE 1? Or is it becoming more like PoE 1?
Right, but I love to see the ambition that, Wicked is showing. And we hope that people appreciate it as much as we want to, make an impact. So that's the hope. And if it works, then again, like what you're hoping for in the future gets a little closer to reality, because if people see that if you take chances and
I didn't
you
even
do
see
a
it
good
drop
job,
the 30 stack, the
you
cube.
can succeed and, change the industry, right?
Becoming what made one successful.
That's the story of every comeback genre. I mentioned XCOM earlier, but it was like, nobody's building squad-based RTS or squad-based turn-based games anymore. They just can't be made. And then XCOM blows it out of the water, and Dark Souls blows it out of the water. You can't make challenging games anymore. Dark Souls blows it out of the water, right?
That was such a fascinating time, right? Do you remember, like, when I remember being on the old NeoGAF forum when Demon Souls first came out, right? And there was a really interesting thing with where at first everybody was like, because that was the time when Prince of Persia, like that Prince of Persia game released, where it's like you couldn't even die anymore, right? You jump down the wrong thing and like somebody pulls you up immediately, right? And that kind of thing. And then Dark Souls came along and everybody got slapped, right? And it was like, what the fuck are they doing with this game, right? Like, oh.
Kevin says, I rage quit PoE 2 this past weekend and started playing Torchlight for the first time. Let me know your thoughts on Torchlight.
But I'm still playing it. It's really fun, right? And then you look at page 6, right? And it's like, God damn, they really have something there, right? And then you look at page 10 and everybody's like,
put it down. Yeah.
I can't put it down. This is fucking great,
Yeah. And not only do they not soften the landing, when you die, but they punish you. They make it harder on your second run, right? Like the elevator pitch for that game is insane. Okay, imagine a game where it's going to be really hard, and when we screw up, we punish you. By the end of the elevator, they're like, get out of my office. What the hell is this?
They initially wanted to do permadeath, by the way, right? For Demon Souls. Right. The idea was that it's permadeath.
Yeah, everyone has to no hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, like, you got to take risks, and the thing that nobody says will never work. Baldur's Gate 3, another great example, a turn-based RPG. Like, come on, that's as old school as it gets, right? Can't be done, and they knocked it out of the park with all the things they did right. So
there's an interesting video I saw
to see the industry
a while ago where Frank Zappa kind of like was frustrated about the music industry, right? Because when he grew up, the music industry were a bunch of cigar jumping old dudes who had no idea about music, and they were just, let the young guys do something, right? And if it works, we'll support them, and if it doesn't, jump on the next artist, right? And that became more and more professional, right? Where suddenly, like, no, they actually have to fit a certain style and so on, right? And suddenly you normalized everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think a similar thing happened in games, right? Where it's like in the 16, 30-bit, 32-bit, 64-bit days and so on, so many things were tried because fuck it, it didn't cost that much to make a video game, right? And the margins were pretty good, right? Like I remember, I think Sean Layden talked about this, right? Where the prices never really changed on games, right? So they made a Twisted Metal and it cost like whatever, $40, $50, right? But the development cost was like $500,000 or $1 million or something, right? So the margins were insane, right? Like and then the budgets increased, right? And now what you have is, oh shit, everything kind of like has to be the same because we can't take any risks. Because if we take a risk, we make we might lose many hundreds of millions of dollars, right? But I think what I would like to see is that we spend less on games, right, on the budgets, and making them with less people, but like actually take more risks, right? Because it's such a weird thing that you see games like Minecraft being out there that was literally initially started by one person, right? And that game probably has the best fucking ROI that ever existed, right? And it was done by one person, right? Whereas you have all these games that are made by 400, 500 people that are not even anywhere close in terms of what they return.
Yeah, and that's the struggle between visuals and tech versus good design. You know, most of the best design is coming out of indie, the
Right.
indie scene. You know, small groups or one person doing amazing things, and then the art is atrocious. You know, but people still you see the promise, and then hopefully that bleeds up. So,
Kevin, I think
yeah,
we reached that.
Unfortunately, with art, we just have to endure these phases that we get lulls. You know, when something comes out and transforms it and gets us all excited.
Kevin, I think we reached a point, like we went through all the questions that we had
Yeah.
already. I think we should now move on to the just Q&A, right? So if you saw any good
Last
questions
part,
that came in,
Q&A,
or if
Wicked
people have questions
Together
now,
live stream for the update.
let's spend a bit of time on answering those.
So one question I saw repeated a few times was from various people was, are we going to add more weapons? And what weapons do we have planned? I would start by saying our artists make weapons faster than our design can put them to use.
Thank you, Kevin.
So, yeah, we have a ton of weapons sort of ready to go as soon as we have a design space for them to fill. One thing that we're planning after co-op, that Thomas has talked about previously, is the class system. The class system changes the way weapons fit into the whole experience, and so some of that stuff we're still fiddling with. But we definitely have a lot of weapons waiting to be introduced into the game. A lot of really cool art designs and from different aspects. And so I want to say yes, but we have to find good design spots for them to introduce. One interesting part of this that I'll let you answer, Thomas, is firearms, guns, rifles, that kind of thing.
No
Do
gun.
you have any plans for? Okay, so no firearms, no gunpowder in our world. Bombs,
No guns.
yes, but
yes,
no guns. Okay.
No guns.
Okay, there was a good question that somebody brought up regarding Endgame, right? What are we gonna do about Endgame? And I'll quickly answer that. Guys, right now, what you're seeing and how we are using the early access is the idea was always that we throw the systems in and we let you guys play that. And we want you to be able to play a good stretch so you actually understand at scale how does all of this work, right? But the idea was never that you get to play every single piece of content that we have in a really early state, right? Simply for many reasons, right? But the biggest reason to me is, well, I don't want to spoil everything. I still want to have the big moment that when 1.0 comes out, that everybody's still super excited because the story finally continues and ends and so on, right? And that you actually get to see a lot of the really new stuff, right? So I think this is one of the problems that Hades 2 recently had, right? Where there was so much stuff already in the beta, and then when 1.0 hit, a lot of people had that feeling of like, I kind of played all of this already anyway, right? And I think for 1.0, we still have to hold many things back so that even players who already put in 500 hours still get that feeling of like 1.0 comes out and it's like, oh my god, there's so much new crazy stuff in it, and that is insane,
makes
right?
sense in Wicked.
And the same thing is true for Endgame. What you have in there right now, for example, with the Crucible, is you just have this one statue there, right? But there's many things that we've been working on, like I already on recent podcasts and so on mentioned the Horde mode, for example, right? There's so many things that we've been working on, and things that we want to do with the plague system and so on, right? Obviously my goal is, I think on feel and on gameplay, we're getting to the point where things are really good. There's the call-out system, which every time I play the game right now, I miss. Because I'm playing the version that you guys will get right now and not the version that is the latest in development. But obviously, like, there's a lot of stuff that we're going to do there, right? And feel-wise, I think we're pretty good. But systems-wise, obviously, there's a lot that we can still do, right? And we will do. So, let's leave it at that. Kevin, was there anything other than you saw?
Yeah, so one I spotted was, are we going to? What's our approach moving forward to like Easter eggs and secret areas, and also making those have rewards that are worth, exploring the world, every nook and cranny of the world. Are we going to continue to do that? Are we going to change how we do that in any way?
Yeah, there's some big discussions that we will have to have anyway in systems, right? Obviously, there were some things that we already put in, like the goat blood and so on, right? And there's just like a lot of this is just still in the works and dependent on
Goat World
future discussions that we're going to have now that Together is out. So with Together, obviously, a lot of time was spent recently by us just making sure that this current build works, right? That we can throw it out there, that it's good. But I am really looking forward to closing that chapter, right? So that we can put the entire company on, hey, we're putting in the class system and all the stuff. We're setting it to default, right? So that everybody gets this experience now. Because we do have different departments at Moon, right? That's the one thing that gamers usually don't understand. That is funny. That we often get this shit, like from players that it's like, oh, why did you do co-op when you could have done content, right? And it's like, we have literally been working on all of the content and so on in the background already anyway, right? There's different departments working on stuff like multiplayer than there are.
No, there's not. They know better.
Like the art department and level design department obviously hasn't done that much work on co-op. So what do you think they're actually working on, right? They're already working on all the new content. So, and then even from the system side, there's a lot of stuff that I have kind of ready and want to bring in and so on. So we'll see. But I don't want to spoil anything there, and I want to say too much there, because I do think, having things there that people find, right, that we have not given away yet or discussed yet and so on is a good thing.
Holy crap. We actually got an SSR
I definitely felt
reward.
I wanted to address. It was saying basically, I think they said 48-year-old dad, not a lot of time, and was worried that we're not getting enough feedback from that segment of the player base in terms of how we design things, probably related to challenge, and like he mentioned parry, having to be an elite parry god in order to play the game. To which I would answer, yes, we get a lot of feedback from that segment. It's so interesting because Twitch at least starts out as and seems like a place where professional gamers are all over the platform, and that's mostly who you see.
That's right.
Playing.
That's right.
And they have this huge impact on game designers in terms of, well, we have to make a game that challenges professional game designers or else we're sunk because no one will like the game. But internally and externally, we get a ton of feedback from people that are not at that level and worry about the difficulty of the game and being able to play it and complete it and enjoy the story and that kind of thing. And I can tell you from my personal experience that I don't think I've parried an enemy in months. I play constantly and I don't parry. Like, I do the simple things as effectively as possible. So I roll, I time my attacks, right? And I don't use a lot of the advanced features. Like, I barely use rune attacks. This is my right. So you can be very, and I think the game, from my perspective, is slightly too easy on normal difficulty. Is generally how I come down. So for people that are worried about, can you succeed without doing all the advanced mechanics, I'm here to tell you yes, because I do it all the time. Some of that's just
I don't
time
parry in
spent
Wicked
playing
either.
the game. You get better the more you play. But yes, you can be effective just doing the basics pretty well. So don't, and also we've made a number of changes with that group of players in mind. Right? So we're always watching out for not only worried about making the game too difficult, so you have to be a pro to play, but also giving you systems and things that you can engage with to overcome hurdles when you do experience them. Because that's also part of the fun of a game experience is, I can't quite take this boss. What can I do to better prepare for it? And that's go upgrade your gear, go chop down a few more trees to make your weapon slightly better, that kind of thing. Spend some more time in it developing your character and then go at the boss again, right? So, and that stuff is really important. And it's always something I have my eye on in terms of inviting players to participate to get over the challenges so that they can solve the problem of beating an encounter different ways.
It's also such an interesting discussion to have, right? Because you have so many players approaching the game differently, right? I just had my son play the game, who's 7 years old, right? To the chagrin of my wife, who thinks that he shouldn't play such a brutal game yet, right? But I thought it was okay. And he actually approached the game in a very interesting way, right? Like he approaches it in the same way that he plays Pokemon, right? Where he just grinds the shit out of early zones so that he's just way overpowered for the next one, right? But then he really enjoys like going into the next zone really overpowered, right? Like already with everything upgraded and so on, right? And he does not mind at all just going through a zone like 4, 5, 6 times to get just everything, right? He's very completionist in that sense. How are you playing the game that way, Kevin?
Yeah, so I do a fair amount of backtracking as well, but I like to upgrade. I like to use the systems that are in the game and see what value I can get out of them. And I also like to sort of thoroughly explore areas, right? So I'm not satisfied with just killing the enemies and moving on. I kill the enemies and then I chop down all the trees and then I mine all the mineral nodes, right? So I like the total experience of doing all of those things.
Dad Gaming 101.
So,
but that's the interesting thing, right? At the same time, we have so many players that kind of like try to speed run the game, right? That already try to go to Black Trench at like level 10 or something, right? And we kind of like, our challenge is we have to design the game for everybody, right? So even in this chat here, I'm reading that some people are saying a game is too hard, game is too easy, right? So that's the everlasting challenge that we always have.
Yeah, and they say the game is too hard, and our answer is we'll go chop down a tree. And they're like, no way, screw you! Like, make the game easier so I can just keep playing without ever having to chop down a tree, right? So yeah, I mean that's our struggle. At the end of the day, the expectation on our end is that you're going to have to play the game, and by that I mean you're either going to have to get really good with the timing so that you can no-hit the game if you refuse to do any of the other systems, or you're going to have to participate in some of the fun systems that we hope we've created, which is chopping down trees and upgrading the town and upgrading your weapons and all of that, right, in order to get stronger. So you can take a hit or two. You can fail at the timing occasionally, right, and still get through the challenge, right? So, but we're hoping that we invite you in a variety of ways to play the game in various ways and find the way that you like to in order to succeed. And that's sort of the contract we make with the player. We make it challenging, we give you options to solve the problem, and then we let you pick the way you most want to solve that problem. Go play and have a good time.
Let's answer the next question. Really Boss 001 asks here, do you guys have an ETA for 1.0? Yes, internally, obviously we do, right? We have a very aggressive timeline for 1.0, but we will obviously use our official channels to kind of like make that clear, right? So when we are ready to announce that the game, has a final launch date and so on, we will do another Wicked Inside where we announce everything and, throw out our plans and everything. Any sales celebrating the new Together update? I already said that earlier. Tomorrow there's going to be a really special sale for us where we're celebrating the No Rest for the Wicked Together update. The game will be 40% off. This is the only time we'll ever do 40%, right? So it's going to be 40% off, and there's going to be a free weekend simply because we want to make sure that, hey, people really get a chance to play together. We're trying to make it as easy as possible for people to play together, and then after that, we actually are going to increase the price on Wicked, right? So this is the big chance that people have now, If you are interested in joining the early access period,
40% off, let's go!
Tomorrow would be a good way to do that. And then, if you haven't bitten until then and you're interested in Wicked later, well, you have to pay full price later on.
He hasn't even talked about what they're doing for Paradox classes
So what
yet,
has been the
Derek.
biggest challenge for the game development? That's an interesting one.
Butcher!
For me, it's almost always the same answer, which is trying to find the sweet spot or holy ground of sticking to your vision, but also meeting the players' expectations.
Right.
Unknown surgical
Trying to satisfy
instrument.
them. I think very recently that has been even more challenging because of the negative impact of bad Steam reviews. And bad Steam reviews are left for a variety of reasons. And the mixed reviews of today are not the same as the mixed reviews of 5 years ago in terms of their impact or how they got there. So that's been a challenge. One of the things that we, strong visionaries for games like Wicked that are trying to do something new and different is the risk of democratic design, which is we just let the players tell us what way to take the game based on a popularity contest.
Yeah.
And that can very quickly, you find yourself abandoning your vision very quickly if you allow for that. But at the same time, you have to make a game that somebody likes, right? So, that's always for me the biggest struggle is
here we
sticking
go,
to the vision.
Can we
finding
greed
ways
and
to
get
make
a
players
damn
that are
desired core?
Happy. What you're trying
No,
to create.
we cannot.
There's another question from Sunnyside Guy who's asking, will the game get more optimized for Steam Deck? Yes, it will be. We are sitting on the console versions now, right? There's a lot of kind of like optimizations that we've been sitting on that were too risky to do right now. And as we are working on consoles right now, there's a lot of optimizations coming. And there's a neat analogy, even from our studio, right? Where when we shipped Orient, it was fucking great anyway. Then having a game that is not that good, right? But it runs buttery smooth, right? So on Wisps, we literally had that problem, right? Where we made the game for the Xbox, and the old Xbox One that came out in 2013 was already kind of like showing its
20
age.
stack.
And it was really hard to make the game run smooth on that, especially at the start when we ran out of time for launch, basically, right? So we had some frame drops there. And then we actually convinced Microsoft to allow us to make a Switch port. And then our tech team went crazy and put in all these optimizations, right? And we got it to run at 60 FPS even on the old Nintendo Switch, which then also obviously had a dramatic effect on all the Xbox versions, right? So it ran absolutely flawless afterwards. And it ran at 60 frames on the Switch. And I would guess that we see a similar thing happening as we...
Guys, stream okay?
Happening again. As we kind of like optimize for consoles and so on, all of that will benefit PC and so on as well, right? So over time, the optimizations will come in and so on. Right now for early access,
okay,
this
now
is
went
just
down
not
for a
a
second.
thing that has been of super great importance yet, right? Because we want to make sure that, hey, the systems are there and the game is great, right? Then usually what happens later on in development is that you lock down the game a bit more. It's not a moving target anymore, and that's where the tech folks can come in and really optimize the crap out of it, right? Because it's very hard to optimize a game when it's constantly being worked on and when things constantly change and graphics change and textures change and designs change and so on, right? And whoops, all that optimization work that we did, now the whole framework is different, right? So there's definitely going to be something there. But I mean, I'm actually testing the game all the time on the Steam Deck, and you should get between 30 to 40 FPS. Usually there are still some stutters and some frame drops, but those will get ironed out over time. And on Steam Deck, you also have this whole thing where you can install things like lossless scaling, and you usually with that will get a pretty decent 60 frames experience with some frame drops and so on. Let's see, Kevin, did you see another one? Let's do 7 more minutes, then we are at 9 p.m. That's, I think, where we should probably
7 minutes.
do the cutoff.
Yeah, there was one earlier about post 1.0. What is our sort of plan? Are we going to do DLC at $20 a pop, expansion, Wicked 2.0? You know.
Wicked
Yeah, so the plan
Mobile.
is that we're basically financing the game through expansions, right? So meaning, hey, we're going to throw the game out, and then instead of doing the microtransaction thing and so on, we'll always have people already working on expansions and updates and so on, right? And that's then what we're working on, right? So it's very similar to From Software and so on, right? Where you will see the base game coming out, and then we're already working on things in the background, and then at some point there will be a big expansion, and that's what we're charging players for again, instead of, hey, there's cosmetics and other crazy stuff in the game that you very constantly have to flash.
I always
your
get
credit
the
card.
greeds when there's nothing.
There's quite a lot of Mac
another
players
in-game-
actually. I get this question a lot. So we have the game running on Mac OS already, at least the editor, right? So at some point you will see a Mac port for sure. But obviously, I think players would be really unhappy with us if we throw out a Mac build before we do PS5 and consoles and so on, right? So obviously, we have to kind of like look at the market there and see what makes sense. Yeah, Kevin, go ahead.
I was going to say there's a question about adding more offhand items. Game question.
Yes. I've already been
yeah, I would
working
say-
on quite some of that, right? Like, and this is like a
Yes.
lot of times I surprise you folks with that, right? But the quivers, for example, that kind of thing, or I've already been doing quite some work over the holidays on things like the orbs and the tomes and so on, because we got the animations and so on, and I already played around with that. There's the pipes that I've been setting up in the background. So there's gonna be quite some stuff on the offhand items.
Perfect.
It's
Let's
good.
see, what else?
Let's go through this one. Kevin, any advice for people who are starting a journey with Unity? Let's actually change that to with game development.
Unity 6? Last epoch,
Right.
Derek?
Yeah, there. For a while now, there's been a lot of really, really, really powerful tools. Some of them are very inexpensive
Derek?
to start making games. And so really, like your ability to play in this environment, like to experiment, to try new things, to have very simple art and just, work on the design, or, find places where there are artists looking for designers or designers looking for artists to do like tiny little side projects, using these tools is better now than ever. That's before you even think about AI assistants, right? With like small things here and there to help flesh out a
How would
project
you
just
start
want to
today,
prove
Kevin?
concept
If you
art.
would be an 18-year-old now, right? How would you start if you would want to become a game developer?
Oh gosh, the same way I did back in the day, believe it or not. There was a game called
Guys, we're about to hit this cube 455 crystals. 455 times 3.
great storylines and characters and enemies, and man, I dove into that thing whole hog, right? Like that was amazing. And that was just one style of thing. Nowadays you have tools for every genre and tools for almost everything you want to make. So the tools are
Come
so much more
on!
powerful.
There we go.
But yeah, I would probably do that kind of thing. It's got to be a hobby first. You got to have the passion and the commitment to make things for free, basically, in your spare time. But those are also great, resume ads if you do want to turn it professional, right? To see that you've already done in your spare time for free, and you have something to
It'd
show
still
for
be
it.
a good greed because there's
I mean,
so
we
many
can easily
wedges.
show that internally, right? Like Will, for example, one of our level designers, I literally hired him because I saw him dabbling with Dreams, and he made this really crazy game that he built in Dreams. He never touched an engine before. And he's one of those
so
people that
bad.
I reached out to and was like, it doesn't matter if the guy, works in Dreams or like if I put him into Unity, I'm pretty sure he will be able to adapt that skill set, right? Of like building levels and so on. to Unity as well, because it really doesn't matter where you build things. It's very similar to art, right? Where it's like, if you're a good artist, it doesn't matter if I give you a brush or a pencil or something, right? You'll probably be able to do your thing. So even internally, like, yeah, we hired people straight up from demos like that, right? Where somebody just built something cool and then showed it online, and one of us saw it, right? In this case, it was me, and we hired that person. Milton is the same. Milton is the guy behind EM2R, another Metroid 2 remake, right? And I saw that online and was like, Jesus Christ, that motherfucker spent like 6 years making that game, right? So obviously, like, if you have that much passion and put that into a Metroidvania and put that out there, right? You're probably gonna enjoy working on a real thing, right? So I reached out to him back then during I think it was early into Wisp's development, right? And was like, hey, you already spent like 6 years working on this free game, right? How would you like working at Moon? And, like, now he's been working here all the time.
Yeah, it's going to start with your passion and commitment, and then probably the biggest obstacle is your willingness to share it and have it be criticized by the public. But you got to do that part. You just have to rip that Band-Aid off. Make something, then show it, and then improve. That's how you improve, is practice, and then you put it up to the test, take the feedback, and then grow and learn. Keep doing it. So that's what I would.
Okay, folks, we're at 9 p.m. Obviously, like, we are also on Discord, right? If you have further questions or anything, you can always reach out there. You can always, talk to us. I'm there quite often. Our other developers are as well, right? Even if they don't write, a lot of times they will read what you're saying. Patch notes are following pretty soon.
Patch notes.
Actually, let's go through this real quick. So patch notes are gonna follow pretty soon. Corey is gonna throw them out. I think he said right after the QA. So should be now, I guess. I don't know where he is on that, but I'm sure he's working quite heavily on that. So it will be pretty soon. There's a ton we changed, right? It's like Wicked is in a pretty good spot. I did my playtests. I gave my sign off. I think it's pretty fucking fun if you have any interest in playing together or any co-op game and so on. I think we'll hit that sweet spot. Like, you will get a really enjoyable, extremely fun experience. There was one more thing I saw about wipes. We are gonna do one wipe at 1.0 simply because that's where the early access period ends, right? We still have a lot of systemic changes that will come in, right? Like the class system and so on. So it makes sense at that point that we wipe, but you will absolutely be able to enjoy the game for quite some time now, and just play your build and play your class and so on. And we'll probably do something where we'll reward you for the time that you put in right now, right? That other players who have not joined early access and haven't actually played through the game will not get, right? So obviously we'll make it enticing for people who actually played the game already. That's what I would say to that. Other than that, I would say let's actually wrap. Obviously, we're going to do these kind of like Q&As fairly regularly, right? Not on a specific time scale, because we'll have to see kind of like when it makes sense to kind of like do another one. But there will be another one. And first of all, like, we want to see how do people actually enjoy the game now, right? Play it tomorrow at 7 p.m. Everything goes live. We'll have 40% sale off. And you can invite all your friends because there's a free weekend, right? So next couple of days are going to be very interesting.
What's 7 p.m. CET for me? What time is that?
The rest of the weekend together. We worked really hard on it, right? And appreciate that you guys spent the time with us right now. That's it. Kevin, any last words from you?
Yeah, just thank you everyone for being here and listening to us ramble. And we hope you enjoy the hell out of the game.
All right. Yeah.
11?
See you all in 23
AM?
or
11
so
AM?
hours. Actually, it's only 22 hours now, right? So
it's 11 a.m. for you. All right, perfect. Okay, everybody. That was the Wicked Together podcast with game designer Kevin and CEO of Moon Studios Thomas, who was just on Town Portal as they gear up for tomorrow's drop. If you have not seen this, I am proud that this is their champion statue. So in order to get Twitch drops for Wicked, you need to be on their champion statue. Aaron Action RPG. Here's Riker. Riker? We need to get Frosty on here. Force Gaming. So yeah, tomorrow for Wicked, we will have Twitch drops enabled. We should at least. I don't even know. Yeah, you get the champion statue. Nice. Hey everybody, this is Riker with another news update. During that podcast, we started today with 84 FE. So we're now at 262 with a couple of things for sale. So we probably made about 210 over the last hour. We've lost at least 2 desired cores and a couple legendary wedges. So Banana Man, what's up? Ghost, hello. Sorry, I know I was quiet for the first 2 hours of the stream because we were watching the podcast, but if you have anything you want to throw in chat, I am now listening. Oh yeah, giving you wedges. We have made tremendous progress on TLI. Yesterday our damage felt pretty good. We have 5x that damage from now from yesterday. So at the training dummy, right at the beginning of stream, I showed everyone we broke 5 billion. So we are over 5 billion now at the dummy. You're at 117 million. It's good. So you're right at T7 Traveler. Hey Aaron, I haven't been active for a couple days, been catching up on some sleep.
To be judged by a member of
The baby is depriving me of sleep. That's okay, it's worth it. It's worth it. I also made the decision I'm gonna push to level 96. So anytime we die, I'm using those little stupid things. And we started today at 0 and we're already at 36, so not bad. This will be a level 96 character. At least that's my plan. Sure you are. You don't think I'm at 5 billion damage? You think I'm making it up? Is that what you're saying? Here's the secret. If you bookmark all the blurps, even when Aaron sets them private, you could still use them all. Will you stop cheating and doing stuff like that? Again, this greed is meaningless, so it'll go through.
To gain more, you must first sacrifice more.
I still remember that fire.
That's not funny, Wes. This thing is super rigged. It's so rigged. My last T8 beacon. Uh-oh. No, I don't want to go beacon shopping. Isn't there a vendor I could get them from? What's the currency?
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins.
We definitely have the damage too for 8-1. Just our survivability is still dingleberries, so we could try an 8-1.
Your reign of evil ends here.
Guess I gotta bookmark the very funny blurps. No, you do not need to do that. Don't listen to Hoofprint. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Everybody knows that. Me cheat never. I'm a robot, remember? Oh, gosh. Look, now I gotta listen to him saying he's a robot. It's funny. The whole time I'm listening to the podcast, in my head, I'm thinking, I don't think Thomas would like Last Epoch. Totally point and click, built on Unity, very old school ARPG. It's like, yeah, I don't think he'd like it.
The code will record this death for you. Desire brings destruction, yet deeper desires.
Greed, all garbage. All right, took the garbage too. No, we are out of beacons. This guy sell them or something. Look, a squirrel! Beacon shop. T7s. Is there no way to get T8s? I think there's some systems in LE that Thomas would like. I'd hope so. Aaron, the character looks fairly sparkly. Have you been utilizing the streamer client? No. You gotta buy them. Only on the trade house. Blah. All right, well, before we go buy T8 beacons, we've got 2 runs we could do of this. The new mechanic, and we could do a Whispering Mist. So we'll do that now. No. Ooh, we got a starting reveal instrument. Change starting monsters to 4 groups of normal pests. Nobody uses pests for this mechanic. Guys, everyone knows that. They're already going haywire. Mutate. There, we got all pests. Don't read, just go off of vibes. Oh, brother. It's like 1 to 2 groups of monsters, infuse them into pests. They're already all pests. Come on, we need good cards. I have no idea how this works. Starting to think fusing is huge. All right, fuse. Probably the wrong thing. We got 1 pest at 300,000. It's already awakened. Still nothing great, but it's not bad. $460. Oh, brother, he's cheating. I'm not cheating. I don't even have any of the pets. Everybody knows that.
The essence of life. Mixture. Chaos. Oh.
Dude, that one was terrible. We were able to pull some... Butcher! Uh-oh. What's up, bro? Red vials net me like 9 FE.
My sweet nectar, the elixir.
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins.
The surgery was a complete success.
I wonder if the pet for this mechanic helps at all. Probably not, huh? Probably doesn't even do anything. Increases drop rate, chance to reopen, oh my gosh. It is insanity what it does. Not only does it boost the actual drop rate, it refills them. And gives you extra chances in the mechanic to get the cards you want. That's cheating! You're not allowed to do that. Guys, I have the purple version of the pet, and it procs the reopen sometimes. Well, it is a Vorax. Aaron, I take it you're having fun playing TLI. I have fun every time I play TLI. I have been somebody that has for years told people, if you've never tried it, just give it a try. Just give it a try.
Is everyone ready?
And only ever picks one
Surgery?
character, never tries other. What character are you playing this season, Exatheus? You guys ready for this? Always the same thing. Sits there, talks crap. Exatheus, what character are you playing this season? Ready? Oh, I don't play TLI. I only play Grim Dawn. Here it comes. Exatheus.
This is the essence of life. Mixture. Chaos. Perfect chaos.
Exatheus. Now he's quiet. Look at him.
It won't take. Hold it down. Pin it. Message yourself. My bone saw.
Carino, Italian.
We're closer than ever to the truth. And
See what I gotta deal with, West? I literally can't even play the class I want. Exathius will sit there and yell at me for not playing the S tier meta build.
I'll need some time.
I can't even play what I want.
I only had to remove it.
I get yelled at.
The surgery was a complete success.
He is keeping you on a straight and narrow. It's exactly right. All right, moving over to 8.
need some time.
Play Gemma next season then. Let me guess. Play Gemma 2, the current meta build. Is that what I should play? He's not kidding. All right. No, stay on 8. So Carino means honey in Italian. Perfect. I'm playing Gemma 1. Nice. We are used to you playing meta with Beastmaster, I know.
I still remember that fire. All those burnt corpses. And ashes that are darker than the night.
All right, Whispering Mist. After this, we will need to snag
I
some
shall purify
T8
your tainted
beacons.
soul.
By the way, this Carino, this new version of Carino I'm playing right now, is my best Carino ever. For sure. We did not hit 5 billion damage on the training dummy last season. No way. No way. So we're definitely getting better. Definitely getting better.
Justice might come late, but it will never be absent.
Gotta get over the fireman. What fire? Carino is Italian, cute, pretty, or pleasant. That explains his wife. Oh my gosh. Save the clock tower. All right, so far decent start. Day 3. I think it's day 3. We are at Mistville Mechanic T8.
Your reign of evil.
Here we go.
ends
Ready?
here.
Bam! We got a Mist Essence. We like Mist Essence. Boom! Currently going for 57. We'll list it for 56. Very nice. Aaron, when do you start interacting with the trade house? Okay, listen, normally I play this game SSF, so I don't actually interact with the trade house. So I really can't answer that question.
There are no eternal thrones. But
I
may
feel like
glory
that
be
might not
everlasting.
be an accurate description. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Careful, your nose is gonna knock over your camera. Quit being a moron and answer the question. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Immediately. 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 Aaron was born trading in this game. So as soon as you're climbing the time watch, so
It's my duty to
So,
cleanse
in
all
this game,
evil and
Jaime,
impurities.
not everything, but most things have a value. All of this crap right here has some value, even if it's extremely small. So for example, this, I could sell this right now for 6 FE in a second. So when you have no flame elementium, you're actually going to use all your crafting materials to turn them into FE. And then the second you have 10 FE, you buy 1 FE items. So you switch out all of your stuff and garbage you got from the campaign, and that 10 flame elementium will take you from tier 1 maps to T7 normally. 10. That's all you need. 10. 1 per item. And then you just, you know, you build on top of that. Nice. Or you could craft. Yes, you could also craft. Of course. But even in this game, crafting, you need to have the right base.
But it is the answer to
So
your
even
sins.
under that premise, Lost Secrets. Oh my goodness, it's like you are talking in another language. Okay, y'all, shutting down TLI for the season. Gemma 1, level 90, T6. Farthest I've gone before. Very nice. Aaron was born trading in these games. Uh-oh. Banana Man and Banana Heels are both here. Now I don't know what to do. There's 2 of them.
I still remember that fire. All those burnt corpses. And ashes that are darker than the night.
Aaron, what do you think about changing Ellie minions to be auto-summon like in PoE 2? I mean, I guess. But then you'd have to balance around that. I don't hate it. Skeletons can auto-summon and frogs can auto-summon. And they feel absolutely awesome. But it does change a lot of the mechanics around them. Because now, really, you don't need to focus as much on minion health. Knowing that when they die, they immediately pop back up. So, I do like it in PoE 2 that way. But there would have to be some changes for sure. I'm hitting a wall on T3 with my current gear, but I think I got some FE from the surgery last night. Yeah, so then it's about knowing what's the right thing you need. Ugh, we almost did not find the tower there. Hey, our mist essence that we found in this run has already sold for 50 FE during the run. That's a good one. Guys, I'm not cheating either. Don't start.
It's your honor to be judged by a member
Guys.
of the Herman family. I'll need some time. I shall purify your tainted soul.
All right, ready? And bam! 13 FE, 10 stack with 3 singles. High health could be a way to survive maps. Since your minions don't have a good amount of health, it will be focused by a lot of enemies and possibly die. Yeah, without minion health and resistance, I want to see your minions be juiced T15 maps. I think you're oversimplifying that a lot, Aaron. Do you think minions should auto pop up in all games? All right. We could see 3 bad ones. I'm going to guess the tower's here because they like surrounding it by crap. Oh my gosh, if that's true.
It's my duty to cleanse all evil and impurities.
It wasn't there! Oh my gosh, live to fight another day. We had to use all of our food and all of our coins to get it. Not always auto summon. Temporary or death oriented minions should be summoned like volatile zombies. Yeah, I mean, volatile zombies, you can auto summon them through their skill tree, kind of, and through the rings. Day 9. Day 9. We are so screwed. Okay, what do we got here? All right. Come on. Tower. Oh. There's nothing we can do.
Justice might come late,
Done.
but it will never
Day
be
9.
absent.
That was a good run. The tooltip just showed that the tower and the bench are 4 cells apart. I don't know what you guys are talking about. All right. I don't use that cheating thing you guys do. All right. For Mistville, we need 1. And then the top 2. We've got the bottom done, middle done, 3rd row almost done. What I mean is, even if the minions auto-respawn without health to make them last a few seconds, it will be like your forged weapon spawn, delete, spawn, delete. Those are different, though, because those are temporary minions. We actually set them up to explode, but I get what you're saying. All right, that was a good Mistville run. I think we made about 70 on that. Puts our day's haul to approaching 300. Oh, I want to go do this. Okay. You guys don't know about this blending. Blending's for your belt. Now, normally what I would want on this is agility stack. 1 to max ability blessing. But it requires 15 of these things. 15. And they go for about, what, 25 each? So 25 times 15. Yeah, no thanks. And again, that's, you know, in the grand scheme of things, people that are making thousands an hour, it's literally nothing. But for us, we cannot afford that. So I'm going to take the easy route. We're going to take this one. 10% multiplicative damage when you're using a two-handed weapon. So it'll be a free 10% multiplicative. What's up, Frosty? Did you watch the podcast today? So we need 3 of these. Let's see, what are they? 14. You watch the podcast? You got to be Mr. Monopoly to play this game. Yeah, I mean, certainly there's a lot going on. That is true. Bits of it, I need to rewatch it. It's basically kind of a rehashing of our podcast, truth be told. All right, 1. Wait, which one is it? Got 1 for 14. 40% discount on the game tomorrow is huge. I know. That is quite a discount. Guys, what drops the flowers? Is this the King's March thing or whatever? These things are mucho expensive. Yes? I got a feeling you could make some serious Effie from Sandlord, for sure. All blending items are Sandlords. I see. All right, done. So basically, we just took that Whispering Mist we got, or the Mist Essence, transformed that into 3 flowers. And now we can go multiplicative. Bam. 10% additional base damage for two-handed weapons. Blend. Bam. Confirm. Now our belt. You'll see that at the top. 10% additional base damage for two-handed weapons. Pushed us up 15 million on our DPS meter. Okay, the next thing I want to look at is, let's take this off for a second.
Starting a new dream.
This.
Releasing a cat from a box. Is the cat still alive? Are you still awake?
Need 2 of these. 2 for 6. 4 for 6. All right. Anybody an expert on this process? You don't actually pick anything. It's completely random, right? Toxic, do you know this one? So wait, was that a craft recipe for crafting? Yes. No. Okay, hold on. Let me rephrase. Anybody that's an expert out there, you get the item how you want it. It's currently how I want it. Energy affixes. Then you do the dream sequence, then you corrode it, right? Stream sequence, then corrode it. All right, Tekken, have a good one. All right, screw it. What's the worst that can happen? Oh. Oops.
Starting a new dream is like releasing a cat from a box. Is the cat still alive? Are you still awake?
Cold res. We usually have TLI experts here. I know, right? Oh, I see what I did. I just burned them. I get it. I get it. When you click this, it randomly picks one of these and shows you the options that can happen. And then you could abandon it or you could craft it. I get it. All right, hold on. I got to waste more Flame Elementium real quick. Oh, Dex. Dex fire resistance. Ooh, I'll take Dex. Come on. That's the one I want. Oh my gosh. 20 to Dex. We got negative max agility stacks. No, I don't want that. I want to abandon it. Uh-oh. No.
To cleanse all evil and impurities.
Starting a new dream is like releasing a cat from a box. Is the cat still alive? Are you still awake?
Trashed. Can you reinterpret it? Can you do it again? Shath? That's not gonna work. I'll literally have to get a new body armor. Uh-oh. That's not good. That is not good. Well, let's see. You can do it again. Right? Oh, perfect. Okay, there. Dex minion skill area. All right, I fixed it. No, I didn't brick it. All right, it's not too bad. You could just redo it. So we added 17 Dex, and the negative is minion skill. All right, I get it. Next.
Starting a new dream is like
Yeah, we're
releasing
starting a
cat from
dream.
box. Is the cat
Now
still
I need the
alive?
jewelry ones.
you
Those are
still
way
alive?
more expensive. Uh-oh. The streamer client saved you? No, it didn't. You don't believe that. All right, how many? What did I just burn? Oh man, I burned a lot more FE than I wasn't paying attention. Okay, that's fine. We added 10% multiplicative and 17 dexterity. That is what we added. Okay, something. What did I want to do? Oh, I need to buy T8
Buy or
beacons.
sell. Help yourself to the catalog.
T8 beacons. Is that items? Trade house. You know what? I don't even. beacons. What's the cheapest T8? I don't give a crap. Whatever one's the cheapest. That is not very cheap. Aaron can't focus when there's money to be made. No, I'm out of maps to run. Damn, you could make serious money off beacons as well. Jeez. All right, whatever. All right, we bought 13. I took the plunge. I made a Zerk dual wield. I'm going to try spin to win. Nice. All right, we're back at it. 17 dex and 10% multiplicative has been added to the build.
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins.
Collect T8 glacier beacons. They make bank. Sell them. So basically collect those and transfer glacier beacons into other beacons and you'll never run out. Orange, what's up, brother? Tomorrow we're here for Wicked.
Is this as far as I never surrender to the evil?
Shield guys, I can't hit them. They know my weakness. Shields. Seems to be a decent strategy. Orange, what are you up to today, brother? Hello.
Your reign of evil ends here.
Yeah, I certainly like the idea of auto-summoning minions in Last Epoch. Especially after playing Frogs. Slash, what up? Just got off work, gonna play some Marvel Heroes. Man, you love Marvel Heroes. You want that one? You want that one to get purchased and come back with a vengeance, right?
I'll need some time. Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins. Your reign of evil ends here.
Marvel Heroes, the RPG. Yeah, he's playing the people that are trying to like restart it or whatever, the like private or public server one.
I shall purify your tainted soul.
Purifying tainted souls, one soul at a time.
Your reign of evil ends here.
A power that exists outside the code has intervened.
I was one of the founders of it. No crap, huh? That's pretty cool. I just broke 3,300 hours in Marvel Heroes. Look at you. That is one of the ones I wish I could have played back in the day. People talk very highly about it. I know, Orange, you want me to play the current version. Yeah, they got daily events, quests, login, gifts. Who's actually running it now? It was a bit janky, but fun as hell.
It doesn't hurt. Not one bit.
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins.
There's a couple of different private servers, I see. They have some power-ups too now, don't they? Ooh, power-ups. Certainly not a perfect ARPG, but they did a good job to make it feel like you were playing a superhero.
You don't need complete.
I had a decent amount of experience with City of Heroes, the MMO. I always really liked that game. I had fun. Super jump, jumping from rooftop to rooftop as like a Hulk. I've always had fun with that. Combat feels awesome. Powers! Say powers, Mike perks up.
The essence of life. Mixture.
We're not talking about Diablo 4 powers, okay?
How come my samples never live long enough for me to finish my research?
Yeah, post it in the gaming Discord for people interested in wanting to try it.
And to madness.
Combat is great. Character customization's pretty solid. Nowhere near PoE level of customization, but still pretty good. Got it.
Oh, you're so complete now. 5 kidneys, 3 stomachs. It's the anatomy of a superhero. The power, such incredible power. The surgery was a complete success.
Unlimited power. As much as I'm trying to stay away from ARPGs, you guys are making me want to play. Are you going to jump into Wicked tomorrow? Tomorrow's Wicked Day, banana. I'm going to try and play Wicked without dying. Basically the whole day, no deaths. That's my goal for tomorrow.
I shall purify your tainted soul.
Why are you laughing, West? Why is he laughing? On easy mode? No, not on easy mode. What do you mean on easy mode? I'm mentally preparing to fall off stuff to my death. Well, not me. Black Lotus, thanks for the follow. Now that you're following, type in exclamation point giveaway. Actually, I'm not sure if I started the new giveaway. Might have. Maybe. No. Now I did. Listen, guys, I could go a whole day on Wicked without dying. Right? Other than that guy to get into the first city, I'll be fine. Shin believes in me. Shin. Shin.
Your reign of evil ends here.
Tomorrow, No Rest for the Wicked will be 40% off so that you can buy it for your friends to play together.
I shall purify your tainted soul. I'll need some time.
Standing in town doesn't count. Great, now I gotta listen to this. It hasn't even dropped yet. You're already talking crap. I'm not gonna die tomorrow. That's the plan. Show you guys what's up. Now, if I die, it'll probably be from reading chat or something along those lines. Like,
It's your honor.
stream related is my guess, is what'll happen. So. Oh, brother. What?
Your
Oh,
reign
sure,
of
sure.
evil ends here.
The code will record this death for you.
Oh, brother. Put your game skills against the fence? What? Post a couple link to Marvel Heroes and how to get set up. Anybody want to play? Go to the Discord under Gaming. Marvel Heroes. There's the link. Dude, what if I pull one of these seasonal pets, guys? What do you think? Think I could do it? DPS 130.
It's my duty to cleanse all evil.
What do you think,
and
Wes? Do you think I'll
impurities.
get one? Here, just for the content, you know. Is this it? Guys, why didn't you tell me it's a 230% value? It's I missed out on all this value the whole time? Guys? Big guy? You didn't tell me about this value. Oh, brother. What? What? I missed it too. You missed the value? One pull. That's it. Look at all this garbage. We only got a purple one. Look at this stupid thing. Buy more fun. Then we'll have more fun. Look at this stupid thing. Look at this guy. Look at him. He's not stupid. He's nice. Oh, brother. Lose. The value was not very good. All right. We tried. It was bad value. Sorry, everybody. Let's upgrade our pets that we've got this season. That's it. I always get screwed up in this part where you go to turn in your excess pets. What if Last Epoch had pets like this? Look at this guy. Oh, this is the anecdote guy. You could use, oh, you could get one for free. All right, so we got that guy. Is this it? Maybe that's it. I thought it was something else. Oh, exchange. I found it. There, you exchange. Oh, my face is covering it. You click down here to exchange your excess pets and turn it into these insight essence, and you could use those to get these. Pack spirit. And then you could go here. Now we have 5. Draw 10. Boom. Orange! It's broken, everybody. We got a weasel. The bat. Look at this. Look at this guy. Lose. Don't say the bird nest guy is cute. Okay? Don't. Yes, Orange. Don't. We got 2 of the bird nests. I like that one. All right. So the bird nest guy. Okay, so now we're going to go back here. Pack. All. Where is this guy? It's the wrong group. This guy. All right, this is the epic pet for the current mechanic. So he is level 5 now. And this is the common pet for the current mechanic that is now level 6. So then what we do is you go... How the hell do you do this? Cogwheel. When starting surgical preparation. Okay, we gotta go... Oh my gosh. Plan 4. My brain is fried to play this. It's easy. You just gotta hit all the buttons. Everybody knows that. Okay, so now we have 2 pets for the mechanic. And we've got chalk. And then you go cogwheel, surgical, plan 4. And now once we start... Pull for the pet, Aaron? Do it? I don't want to. How do you rename it? Oh. This guy... What is it? Anecdote? Surgical. Surgical. Boom. Okay. So now, when starting surgical, use surgical. We're making progress here. Plan 2. Cube. Cube. I have wings. Aaron is so jealous right now. Why you gotta be showing off wings, dude? Don't be showing off wings like that. All right. plan 1 is... When the hell do we use plan 1? Nowhere. When entering the Overrealm? No. I did 30 pulls and did not get her. So, this is the kind of stuff I still don't fully understand. Like, how do I know what pets I am using when literally just running a map? Like, what pets are active just during a map? Is that even like... It's when entering Netherrealm? No, is that what it is? When entering a Netherrealm stage. I believe that should be 1. Flame, flame, flame. Got it. Okay, so when entering another realm stage, mapping, surgical's good. Cube is good. Mistville. Misty. All right, there. This one's for you, Toxic. We didn't get it. All right, just give me one of that epic one. I'll be happy with that. No. I just want the T6 epic one. Boom. No. Boom. No. Come on. Boom. Oh my gosh. Oh, oh. Who the hell are you? Captain Shadow? Oh my gosh, is this Black Sail? That's who I got also. Yar? That's not who I wanted. It'd be easier, Slider, if they just gave you the ones you wanted right when you asked for it, you know? This isn't a very good value. Bro, all I want is the dude with the freaking eggs on his head. Just insert credit card. They work better when you don't ask. Oh, gosh. This isn't a very good value. There he is. All right, we're done. Okay, done. Okay, we've got the common and the epic both maxed for surgery. Just we don't have any of the legendary, which is the one you actually want. Captain Shadow. Ember drop quantity. Bosses defeated. 60% chance to drop 1 to 3 additional embers. It's Ember Guy. Look at this guy. I'll have him follow us because he's cool looking. Okay, so now when you go to surgical, 662. The minion, additional damage, additional minion damage. Hell's Cavalry is now 6. Another minion one is 6. Damage taken, survival 5. All right, that is everything. Okay. Cogwheel's kind of a neat feature. So technically, if you were smart, you'd go through and add your best 3 just overall pets to every single one of these. Which we haven't done. I'm getting my butt handed to me in PoE 2. What happened? Okay. So now we go shop, pack, insignia, exchange, legendary insignia, material used to upgrade a legendary persistent pack spirit. No, I don't want that. Temple runs, lousy resistances, skill issue. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. All right. Guys, there, you saw me pull some pets, all right? We now have 2, not the ones that matter, but we have the epic and the common both maxed, both level 6 for surgery. I don't know if it actually makes a difference, but
Violence is not the answer to all.
I know the legendary is the big one.
The answer to your sins. Your reign of evil ends here.
It ends here. Now we gotta go do a surgery. Toxic said he pulled 30 pets. 30 pulls and did not get the legendary. Let that sink in when you talk about you need 6 of them. Oh, that is so brutal. I mean, granted, I didn't get one either. Now I want to run the surgeries. West, I wonder how many more FE I would have if 1, I learned the surgery earlier, and 2, I pulled all those like night 1. I make a little bit of a difference.
I shall purify your tainted soul.
Man, TLI is one of those games, like, time really does fly when you're playing this game. I feel like it really keeps you engaged. We're already 3 hours in today.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family. Your reign of evil. I'll need some time.
It ends here. Slash, you trying to get better at like how you set up your temple? You feel like you got the strategy down?
I shall purify your tainted soul.
Take that.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
Reminds you of a League of Legends player.
I'll need some time.
We're just lightning marksman, really, but my hits chain. So you're like you're. That's what I've always liked about this skill. Is it's chain lightning.
Continues.
It's chain lightning. Ah, the way he speaks.
Your reign of evil ends here.
He comes from a noble family, so he's like a, kind of like a prince.
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the
like, don't
answer
mess
to
with me,
your
bro.
Sins.
Temple and TLI. No, he was talking about PoE2 getting beat up. This game used to care about lore. Now it does not. Now it's all about pet pulling. Toxic, you really pulled 30 boons. So 300 pets, not one for surgery. I tried.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family. Is this as far
This
as I can
freaking
never surrender
judge
to the
shoots these
evil.
invisible red things.
Your reign of evil ends here.
Unless he's grinding too. There's only one Carino better than me right now. And he was literally, I don't know, tripling us. I am very close to him now. I was like, oh, if I gave it another couple days,
Your sins.
we might be able to be number one.
Your reign of evil ends here.
We're close. I mean, we're playing Wicked tomorrow, so we're not streaming, but I'm thinking off stream.
I shall purify your tainted soul. Your reign of evil ends here.
What now? Invisible or red? Make a pick. They're invisible red projectiles. And they only attack me. I'm the only one in the game they attack. They're all against me, Bamster. You don't get it, all right? No one else has to deal with it. Only I do. Ring shaped? No, they're not ring shaped. Very funny. Ring shaped. I see what you did there. Oh, dude, I jacked up my back
It's my duty to cleanse all evil
at the
and
gym.
impurities.
I think I'm an old man. Hold on, be right back.
Justice might come late, but it will never be absent.
My wife says I'm a disaster. I told her I'm fine. Like, I was working out yesterday at the gym, and I
still remember that fire.
I think it was just, I was
burnt corpses
I was pushing it.
and ashes that are
I
darker
think
than the night.
I just tweaked it a little. That's all it is. She knows best. She looked at me and said, "You're a disaster and you're old." Ugh. Oh, brother. I don't think she means that. I don't think she... Back problems. It's all about recovery. That wasn't good. The hell is this? What are these? Not very good. That was not a very good run. Wonder if those potions are from my pets. A very good potion, and not very good. BC, maybe I should have read what it does.
Is everyone ready? The surgery begins.
What are your numbers in the gym, Aaron? Bench, squat, deadlift. It's like the quintessential, like, high school question. How much do you bench, bro?
Essence of life. Mixture.
I don't bench, I
Chaos.
use dumbbells.
Perfect chaos.
Skoji, what up? Skoji, they made me pull pets. I didn't get any. I got one legendary and it was a ghost pirate guy.
Oh, bloodshot.
You even lift, bro? I know. Anybody know where the gym is? Is it that way or that way?
And to madness.
Skoji, you might actually know. I got this Ghost Captain legendary pet. Is that for Black Sail? Is that the pet for Black Sail?
The surgery was a complete success.
Ghost Pirate is good for Ember Farm. Yeah. So basically what I got was these. So I got the T6 Epic. So the maxed Epic one. And then the maxed common one. But I didn't. So then I just threw on Chalk. Also, Skoji, you want to see something else? Check this out. I know it's not as impressive as you, but just remember again, I'm on Carino 1.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
$5-6 billion in 6 seconds. And I could easily, if I just wanted to mess around with this, I could remove life source, and I could put on, you know, one of the ones that's like 30 to 40% multiplicative, like curse. So I could for sure super boost that. Aaron benches a mean bald spot. He's squatting to earn money for the hair deadlift. That's right. That's pretty good. I know. 5.6 billion.
I pay with my
That
blood.
didn't count.
The road to justice continues.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
I feel like my character, for the most part, I understand how to push damage. I still don't know, like what's the easy way to have survivability? Is it energy fortress? Like precise energy fortress? Like universal for all builds? Like, what do you recommend? You ready for Watcher Boss T8? I thought you need 100 billion for Watcher T8.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
Enjoy this moment.
Yeah, Traveler T8.
Deserve the honor.
I need some time. Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins.
Desire brings destruction, yet deeper desires hide within destruction. Desire brings destruction, yet deeper desires hide within destruction.
Let's see if 1 to erosion skills is worth anything with the legendary hit. Let's see.
I still remember that fire.
5
burnt.
maybe. You ready for the Watcher boss? You can tell how old you are by how much cardio you do at the gym. When the doctor wants you to walk 10 miles a day, you know you're screwed. That's how you know.
Your reign.
We haven't done any of these. Well, we certainly can go a couple floors here. Supreme Showdown, floor 5. That one didn't die in Eternia. I don't understand. Is there something you have to do?
Sing for your keep. Give yourself to Eterna and for our
3, 2, 1.
I turned my back on everything for you.
Justice.
Dang cube, dude. That wasn't very nice. We just get a passive point? Holy crap. I didn't know there's passive points in there.
Your
Look, the little red things. See how hard they are to see? Where's Bamster? Was that the nightmare boss? I don't know.
These are commandments you have violated.
I'll need some time.
I cannot hear your defense.
Supreme Showdown, floor 10. All right, revive in town. That's good enough. You ignore my gym question, now you scream my name. Wait, what was your gym question? I don't bench. Dude, I got 190 crafting FE. I'm trying to show you those red things. How heavy do you lift? Dumbbells? Oh, I don't know. Start on 50s. Go 2 sets of 65 and then 75s. Sometimes a little lighter how I feel, sometimes a little heavier if I've got a spotter. Right around there. In my heyday, I was in the hundreds, but I'm an old crusty man now. It's funny, I try to focus on form more than anything. And of course my back's hurting probably because I did something wrong.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
No, you can do the conversion, Exatheus, if you care.
Your reign of evil ends here.
What else do you do with dumbbells? Throwing? Don't tell me you do biceps or such crap. With dumbbells? I'll do single arm. So I'll like go to the little thing and I'll do like slow single arm. I'll do skull crushers. Oh, and then shoulder press. It's always good to use dumbbells instead of a bar because it balances you out and it makes you use stabilizer muscles.
Desire brings destruction, yet deeper desires hide within destruction.
Wes, greed always hits on the little stuff. Gotta go to work. See you later. Have a good day at work, sir.
Sink in the abyss.
T8 boss gets melted now. Hey, Skoji, are you still out there? How much damage do you need for T8 Traveler? Somebody told me 100 billion. Do you find that accurate? Yeah, it's great. It doesn't matter. I mean, you should. I'm sure you know this. The weight doesn't actually matter. It's your form. Or you focus on resistance, reps.
I shall purify your
Like, what are your
tainted
goals?
soul. Your reign of evil ends here. Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins.
I use cables a lot at the gym as well. That's what I like about going to the gym. They got all the fancy stuff.
I'll need some time.
Yeah, we're not in our heyday anymore, sir. Maintenance mode. It's maintenance mode. $13.94. $13.94. We're not even close right now. I mean, we're still 200 away. Is there any way to block that attack? Quick 800. Thousand.
Blood. Come on. I shall never rest.
$1,200.
Justice.
What killed? There's nothing there. With what defenses? The breath attack is dumb. You can dodge it, and the only tip I got is to tank it. Black Goat, I have not. Where did we get to? 1286? 1286? We could do better than that. We died to a stupid claw thing. Yeah, the breath is dumb. All right, it's a quick 1,000. Much better run. 1,100. Didn't kill us.
Is this as far as I can? Never surrender to the evil.
I thought I was out of range.
Justice lives.
Fine. No, I'm okay. I mean, a cup of coffee I'll always have. You never even have to ask, you know? $1,300?
I pay with my blood.
Did we get it?
For the honor.
1304. 1304. All right. 50 FE. 90 away. We are 90 away from the #1 ranked Carino Ranger of Glory. 1304. I wish that #1 Carino was not hidden. No, that makes it even better. That makes it even better. Vorax season, Ranger of Glory. Here's all the Carinos. #2. We're #2 right now. I don't know if it's server ranking or world. I don't know. I would guess it's server. but I have no idea. All I know is right now we're 90 away from number 1. That's striking distance. And those tax vouchers are instantly transformed into, where are you? I got 70 tax vouchers from that. 70 FE. Full throttle, what's up, brother? I'm level 32 on Fire Necro Minion Guide. No, the filter's not that strict. It's just only for exalted gear. You should just make sure you didn't check the purple boxes. What? I kind of want to start a Carino to see how it is. No, yeah. You should be in endgame gear. Guys, you want to see how we're doing on the trade house? A lot of people don't know this. You can go to history, and then you could go about tax, and it'll show you what you've made. So again, just to be clear, compared to the big guys, they literally do this in an hour. In an hour. It's insanity. This season, season 11, we have sold 2,300. So we've been paid 2336. It's our total revenue. 2336. Yeah, they're pulling 1,000 an hour at least. I know, it's insanity. How many have you greeted away? At least 500. At least. Guilty said he did the totals and he thinks it's maybe closer to 7, but wait, you need to file your tax returns? Yes. Pay to win Carino. Yeah, that's my joke. If you go to hero rankings under Carino 1, you could see mine. The guy in first is hidden. But there's a couple of things I've learned too. This damage number doesn't actually have as much of a meaning as you would think. To explain, my build is based around these gloves. Additional lightning damage per stack of agility blessing. Right now I can make 7 stacks of agility blessing. 7 times 16, it's like 110 multiplicative. None of that gets totaled into those numbers. Just as an example. I can switch out these gloves and make the numbers go big, but they actually go small. All right, where are we at? 336. You're telling me Mike 1UP hasn't beat your tune? He plays 18 hours a day. Oh, no. We're ranking based upon class. So we're ranking it, trying to be even based upon class played. So my character, Carino 1, I am currently in second. Yeah, you can't rank it outside. You have to rank inside of class.
I'll need some time.
I just hit T5. Tips on how to improve, like what to do, farm gear, buy, focus on one activity. Oh man, all the above. So, you know, 1, you need to have a general idea of what you're looking for. And 2, you need to have a general idea on what stuff's worth. Both of those are like really hard to, you know, explain over stream. Hey Aaron, hope you're doing well. What's up, Frontier? Frontier, we pushed to almost 6 billion damage now. We are 90 ranks away from 1 on Carino 1. I had a really good night. main hammer. So for example, when an item drops on the ground, you could click on it and then you could go price check. Has a built-in price checker. And then you could highlight the affixes on your item and go price check. There's currently one of these for sale for 15 FE. So if I wanted to, I could go list item, 14, confirm, sale. And now it's for sale. But it's not just gear. In this game, you make a lot of your money basically off selling your commodity. So in here, you could go Resident Eye, price check. They're going for about 0.5. So if I had these two, I could sell them for 1. But it's funny. I feel like in this game, making a basic amount of FE is pretty simple. You're just transferring currency. Basically like a currency exchange from PoE. The hard part is knowing what to spend it on. Because there's so many rarities, affixes, base items. That's where it becomes actually a little more complicated. Shopping is fun, huh? It can be, I think.
Look who is dead for you.
Chad, Aaron looks really happy playing TLI. Doesn't that mean he's going to secretly change from Ellie? No, I play this game. I play Ellie every season. I've always really liked this game. This is not my first season. I play every season. Auction House Simulator 2026. I had to force myself last night not to spend anything until I hit around 2,000 so I could reach T8. Ah, good old T8. How is it treating you, sir? I think 90% of my deaths have been the charging Vorax guys. You want to know what makes them tough? Is they as they're charging, they can move. So they're pointing at you, and then you move to the left, and then they move to the left. It's actually different than other charging enemies in the game. Yeah, they're very annoying.
We're closer than ever to the truth. And
I'm almost there. I got Traveler down to 75%. On T8, you got T8 Traveler to 75?
oh, you poor thing. Your skin is festering everywhere. I'll tan
Frontier,
your
you
hair
might know.
with
What
mine
damage do you think you need for T8 Traveler? I haven't attempted it yet. We're at 6 billion.
Surgery was a complete success.
Little 10 stack. There's 12 FE. Another 820. Here, let's go see. Actually, I should try TLI again. I never understood it really.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
5.8 billion in 6 seconds. So we're right around that 6 mark. T7 Traveler, I need at least 20 million. T8, you need around 10 billion. All right. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. 10 billion.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
I got T8 down at 15 billion this season. It was a 2-minute kill, mostly because of his phases. Okay. Black Gem says about 15. We're at about 6. So really, I just need to double my damage. Yesterday, I 5x'd my damage. We went from 1 billion to now almost 6. So 6x. So now I need to 2x where I'm at. I know how to do that. Black Gem, you got 700 FE laying around? I'm just kidding, unless you do. No. Dinu, thanks for the follow. Now that you're following, type in exclamation point giveaway. Hello. $10 billion is fine. It'll just be a slow fight. Yeah, but it's like different. You know, if I had better survivability, I'd say sure, I'm okay sitting there for some time. But Frontier, I still have not figured this out. I've never, at least every season I've played, come up with a good strategy to make this number go higher. The survival number. What is the best for a new player? Carino 3 or Carino 1? Carino 3 is the meta way of playing. It's the newest and the strongest. Carino 1 is the most straightforward. It's very simple to play. So if you're literally just, I want to play something to learn, you could play Carino 1. There's not many of us out there. I am broke. I just bought my gloves. I see. They play pretty similar.
I'll need some time. Your reign of evil ends here.
Black Sail. Carino 3 is pretty simple. Shooting makes you overheat, which makes you shoot faster. Speed is what I need. So Carino 1, this is the new model. They just put in the new visual for him. Basically, you have this little revolver here. These are your magic bullets. And ultimately, in this game, you have a skill with 5 links. Well, what's very cool about Carino Ranger of Glory is you have a skill with 5 links, but then when you shoot magic bullets, you add 3 additional links. So basically, your skill is now an 8 link. And then everybody uses this helmet for wind projectiles. So now it's a main skill with 9 links on it. So you can do some crazy stuff. No, not yet. So Frontier, what do you think? Like down here, I could switch out one of my passives and get like precise energy shield. Is that basically what you're saying? Give up one of your offensive and do that?
Ashes that are darker than the night.
As an example. Something is holding Carino 1 back. We lit her up. Big chest. Holy moly. You guys see my little ghost sea captain? Black sale rewards, you love that. By the way, Frontier, if I could go back in time, I literally screwed up so much on this character. I should have never wasted those first 4 days. I keep thinking about where I would be if I just started this at the beginning. I'm also at 1100 decks, and neither of my rings currently have decks. So this would be closer to like 1400 if it was actually geared correctly. But yeah, it would just be so much better. It'd be so much better. It's mandatory to have these legendary projectile pets? No. Definitely not mandatory. And remember that you'll get tons of free pets for free, including multiple legendary ones every season if you play all the challenges. And they carry over. So you play this season, you get 30, 40 pets. Play next season, you get 30, 40 pets. And they just slowly build up.
Your reign of evil ends here.
He's back there chasing me. Turtle. Luffy. No pets needed. I'm at 60 billion and I'm using mobility pet in a blue one.
Your reign of evil ends here.
It ends here.
Power that exists outside the code has intervened.
Well, at least you learned a lot along the way. Oh, dude, I've learned so much. So much. So much. I've also learned never hit the greed button on the cube. 361. But it was good content. Yeah, right. Good content. Guilty, did you turn him into shorts? Me losing all the greeds and getting pissed off? Guilty? Did you really learn, or will you just push it again next time? I learned a lot. I learned a lot. You guys have never seen me be at 6 billion damage at the training dummy. And really, this character, I've only, what, 3 days?
Violence is
No,
not
I've really
the
learned a
answer to
lot.
all, but it is.
I also learned that I don't like split shot, so. Guilty is sleeping right now. Something else I learned this season, I finally understand, are these damn, these, your noble and mag skills. I leveled them to level 2. I know how to level these now. I learned a bunch of stuff. I learned the dream sequence. Right now I'm at 8-0. I said I'm going to stay at 8-0 until I get this level. Just because, I mean, I guess I get one shot anyways. So it doesn't really matter. You want to see an 8-1? I don't care. We could go up to 8-1. Yeah, those are really important. Yes, they are. But also getting the right roll range and upgrading them is really important. So like I spent a little extra on this one to get the perfectly rolled 19% multiplicative. And then when you level it, it's to 4. So it's like the base is 23. And then I get the crazy chain radius. What mechanic did those drop at? What's the end game for those? Is that mist? Ah, I got a Vorax pet. Did you get the guy with the bird on his head? No, the chick with the needle. The only one that matters.
Poor little thing.
I didn't
So
get
very
that one. Uh-oh, Butcher's here.
Now let me fix you all up.
It's either mist or the paint one. Canvas? Oh, I didn't even show you, Faith. I told you. You said you wanted to see my prism. It's just, again, it's just dumb luck. I found this prism with what I want. What it adds is it adds 12% multiplicative damage while standing still, and you take 5% less multiplicative damage. But it's a 7x1 that adds lightning resistance per medium. I have literally, without changing anything, I had 3 mediums. So this gave 5% less multiplicative damage taken, 12% multiplicative damage to my attacks, and then it took care of my lightning res, which was at like 30. It just was perfect. It's like perfect.
Violence is not the answer to all.
I also learned, for the most part,
your sins.
how to set up your pets in the little cogwheel and rename them, which I need to do more work on that. We never did. We never set up any of that crap, which is like so stupid. There's just so many dumb things. It's like, wait, what? You never set that up? That kind of stuff. But yeah, I just overall understanding of the game. I made a lot of progress this round. I also learned the sequencing on belts. Sequencing on belts.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
DLI is a little bit of a scope creep. No, there really is a lot going on. There's a lot going on. More importantly, did you have fun? Yes. By the way, this is the mechanic I should focus on. My character is literally built for this with the chain lightning. They never give... I don't know if it's supposed to drop rewards or something. But, never gives anything. Does it even give XP when you fight all those guys? I would say out of all the ARPGs, TLI has a lot of min-maxing. Oh, it's crazy the amount of min-maxing. Like, this is the first time ever I've maxed these. So, like, taking these to level 40, switched out the affix. I don't know how high this could go. Oh, 2 more. So 2 more levels and that's done.
I'll need some time. Your reign of evil ends here.
The code will record this death for you.
What I need is a second seasonal mechanic to focus on. My Atlas is a lot of cube, go figure, which we could easily reel these in. And then I started on Mist. I need a good second one. Everyone says you only do Outlaw if you're in, what is it? Deep Space or Profound. If you're not in Profound, you can't do Outlaw. You get a ton more value in Profound out of Outlaw. Games Tryhard, what's up? Drops will be massive. This one has too much booba. Can't do that. I just got a light hunter belt. I got your money, Aaron. I'm just kidding. I don't need anything. No streamer mode? I tell people this all the time. I like one mechanic in map, cube, and then I like one mechanic outside. We're out of beacons again. Mist is what I normally do, but now that I know it's not random, it's like really killed it for me. Okay, 375. We need to start dump all this stuff. All right, we're out of beacons again for T8. I swear the Voidlands beacons are the cheapest. I don't know if that's true. Maybe they're not. One for 3. It's even less. This season, I'm doing Vorax, Black Sail, Snow Canvas, Arcana, and the God of War of Machines. You're doing everything. Luz, how are you doing today? How was Taco Tuesday yesterday?
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is.
Tekken, what are you doing here? I thought you went to bed. The Void ones are the cheapest. Glacier's the most expensive.
Your reign of evil ends here.
Yummy. Ooh, a wet burrito. I like those. Mmm. That sounds good. That sounds yummy. Uh-oh, we don't like that crap.
It's your
Hey, Black Jim, do you know,
member of the Herman family.
defenses wise, again, I always bring up Precise Energy Fortress because I find it and sell it so often. Is there a passive that super boosts your evasion? There has to be. I have so much evasion. I feel like that's what I should do. Is just lean into evasion.
Your reign of evil ends here.
I'm not going to bed till it's like 11 p.m. Oh, I see. Never played Evasion. So you got Energy Fortress. Nimbleness. 50% seal. Nimbleness. 50%? Nobody's using that. Oh, if I could spell right. It's worth nothing. You guys know I like it when there's a skill that nobody uses. Level 21 precise nimbleness. 6200 evasion with a 20.5% multiplicative evasion. 15 for a perfect one. It's practically free. But I'd have to give up 50%. That's so costly. It's like giving up precise projectiles for it. I can't do that. Your bear can use Earthquake. I should just lean into Energy Shield. All of my gear uses evasion. Like the bases are evasion. I should buy it just for testing to see what it does to my survival number.
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins. Your reign of evil ends here.
Luffy, come here. Nimbleness. 20% multiplicative to evasion. That is a lot of evasion.
I shall purify your tainted soul. Your reign of evil ends here.
Late for me is 5-6 a.m. Oh yeah, I'm 5-6 a.m. I'm toastified. No need for defenses, only damage. Well, I told everyone we'll jump up to 8-1. Now, I'm going to show you guys something, okay? Time Mark 8 recommends 50,000 defense. When you push this button, you go from 8-0 to 8-1. It now recommends 120,000 defense. 120. It's not this like little, oh, you're going from 8 to 8-1. That's like no problem. It is a huge 8 to 8-1 is actually crazy. I know, it's insane. It's insane. That's why I've been farming. We're at 59%. All right. To the next level.
Violence is not the answer.
Look, there's already all this crap circling me.
The answer to your sins.
All right, 8-1. Test. Damage again feels fine.
It's your honor to be.
There's so much crap trying to kill me. Aaron loves all the other tags. Wait, what tags?
Your reign of evil ends here.
Work over, kids off the bus, permission to pass out. No, you got a grinding to do. You better boot up Torchlight, sir, or Wicked. Get ready for tomorrow. All right, map 8-1. Dub. That wasn't too bad. Wasn't too bad. Wait, 2 is like Uber Aberoth? I don't know. I don't know. All I'm saying is it's a big jump. It's a very big jump. Frontier, I also bought this as my, like, project. Best base, level 100 bow that already has +2 to agility blessings on it. You literally need thousands of... you need thousands to craft it.
There are no eternal thrones.
Just to start,
But
you
may
need
glory
ultimate
be
embers.
everlasting.
It's out of reach. I have it, but it's just like there's no way. Oh, we could fight an 8-1 boss. The blessing. You need to be epi stacked, I know. He's not dying very fast.
Into the night.
Oh, he's not too bad. There. Yeah, damage feels good at 8-1. Yeah, it's priceless. It's in the box. How was work today, Brow? Look at all these things. Futile? You really gonna quit? Like you feel very strongly you're done. I don't. Oh, we could fight this one too.
These surging red waves shall
I don't
be
like
the
this
last
boss.
thing
He's got
you see.
phases you have to fight.
With your blood, I shall reforge my edge.
Brother.
Is this as far as I go? I shall never rest.
With your blood, I shall reforge my edge.
I was looking at T0 bows that have that base. They were all selling for over 10,000. And I was like, oh my gosh. So if you hit the right, you're it's like a whole nother world. It's like it's a different world of Torchlight when you're in the priceless gear. 10,000 an item. That's the tycoon territory? Yes. It's like, yeah, I think they are going out of business. The owner decided to start a second shop in India, and we were propping it up. So even though we were having record profits, the company is in the red. I see. We're still in the middle class. Oh, for sure. Yeah, that is true. It'd be cool to be able to be T8 Traveler this time around. Pretty happy with that. Lightning guy's gonna be a nightmare. All right, 8-1. We're going through all the bosses right now.
Footsteps are almost inaudible amid the thunder. You shall be imprisoned beneath the thunder.
He's trying to kill me, guys. He's not very nice either. Uh-oh.
You shall be imprisoned beneath the thunder.
Something weirdly I didn't take this season, which I normally always have, is kill threshold. What the hell is all this?
This isn't my first fall.
How long did it take you to cook T7, Traveler? Oh, I'm... Realm Lord T7. Why is he trying to kill you? Because he's mean?
You're just a tiny bit smarter than your previous self.
A little bit.
I watched you struggle. Although it was meaningless in place.
This T7 Traveler. Dead.
The beginning of all worlds is the end.
Why is he standing still so you could shoot him? Erased. Yeah. We evaporate Traveler. Banana Man, I was giving him a chance, dude. I just can't go in there willy-nilly, you know? Wait, do you know? You're giving the game a chance. Yes, exactly. 8-1 Ice Dude. All right, Ice Horse. I mean, Ice Dragon. Why does every game need an ice thing? Look, it's already trying to kill me, Banana. Because I didn't give it a chance. Look.
I will sink below.
Got own-defied.
Me up once again.
Ice, baby. I think this is why I love TLI so much, because it's a slow yet rewarding process in leveling. You feel so much joy when you see your build start to cook. Oh, I mean, when I fought Traveler the last time, it was friggin' terrible, but we got through it, and now it's like, yeah, now it's like nothing. Where are those tax vouchers? It's my favorite thing to get as a reward.
Late, but it will never be absent.
We've almost returned all of them. I've paid $269 in tax. I've returned $259. Puts us to $437. They must be using cheats, right? For sure. Sorry, kicked it. What's up, brother? First time playing TLI. I'm having a blast. Nice. But I have no idea what I'm doing. Correct. I just got some Tetris thingy. So the main way to get the slates are from the cube. And as you level, you'll have your slates that go in here. And yeah, it's just like, oh, it's like your idols. Here's your idols or charms or whatever. That's what they are. stat sticks for TLI. It's your Tetris board, fully unlocked at level 90. That is a great comparison. Yeah. Why no TLI on your website? We can't. 1, the game fully changes every single season. 2, there's no Western market. It's a very small Western market. And 3, the game has a full built-in kind of build guide system. That's why nobody really covers it. Ooh, 21. 20 stack. It's so much work. That's why I shouldn't say that's why Maxroll dropped it. I don't know. But it's a lot of work. TLI build guide site would be it would be insane. It'd be insane. Imagine if Ellie had Endgame like this. Oh my gosh, it's just... That would be unbelievable. That would be unbelievable. Okay. 8-0 and 8-1. All but bosses are done. So we have knocked out all of it. What is the survivability on 8-2? I have no idea. I'm scared to see it. Oh my gosh. Worse than 8-1. All right, this is my first map, 8-2. I can't even see what's going on. Uh-oh.
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your
Hey,
sins.
10 FE already dropped. All right. Okay. Okay. Good luck. Guy is not dying as fast as I remember they're supposed to die.
I shall purify your tainted soul.
Maybe he's got a hidden shield. Uh-oh. It's all part of the experience.
Justice.
What?
The road to justice continues.
Thank you, honey. We killed him. It wasn't that bad. My wife said this is going to be the most delicious lunch you have had all year. And the bread just came out of the oven. It smells so good. Oh my gosh. You are so spoiled. What?
It's my duty to cleanse
What?
all evil and impurities.
Spoiled? Come on, guys. That looks good. Pampered? I'm not pampered.
The magician.
What the hell is this? You gotta kill the gold one. I don't like playing at 8-2.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
You guys don't really think I'm spoiled, right?
The chariot.
%100% spoiled? Honey, they think I'm spoiled. She says I'm a little spoiled.
The star.
Violence is not the answer to all. Is this as far as I go? Never surrender to the evil.
We don't think you are spoiled. We know you are spoiled. Dude, I gotta get out of this map. No.
Your reign of evil ends here.
FE on this map. I can't imagine what deep space is like. Yeah, you remember that what you're looking at right now is 8-2. So after this, you move to profound, then you move to deep space.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
All right.
I'll need some time.
It's weird when, like, the boss at the end of the run is, like, not a one-shot. All right. Done.
Your
2
reign
deaths.
of evil ends here.
A power that exists outside the code has intervened. The code will record this death for you.
There you go, Aaron. Spoiled is just another way of saying your wifey loves you. And she does. She does. I think. Oh, no, not install. These are saying they're worth... List them. Everything's full.
Justice might come late, but it will never be.
All right, it's lunchtime. Lunchtime. Where are we at? 4 hours and 36 minutes. Okay, everybody, this is going to be a random one. We're going to watch a movie review. So instead of me eating in silence, we'll watch something while I eat. It's my favorite movie review guy.
Executioner, is this sci-fi or is this a documentary? AI playing judge, jury, and
Oh my gosh, it's about AI.
AI playing judge, jury, and executioner. Is this sci-fi or is this a documentary? Protect yourself from that nonsense with the sponsor of this video. This video is brought to you by NordVPN. NordVPN's the VPN service that continually strives to make our traversing this digital hellscape known as the internet a little safer and a little more secure, which has a myriad of services both to protect you, like Nord's threat protection, scans for viruses and malware from websites you visit, files you download.
First bite of this pasta is delicious, dude.
It blocks it if it looks suspicious, but also Nord gives you these modern conveniences like the ability to change your digital location with a couple of clicks, allowing you to stream movies or shows that might not be available in your region. I mean, you're paying for the streaming service. Get the whole streaming service. Nord does all that for you and a lot more. And with all these big tech companies gathering your data, yeah, let Nord be the veil of privacy between you and those spying eyes. Even third parties like your internet service provider can't snoop. So click the link below, go to nordvpn.com/Johns, get yourself an exclusive NordVPN deal plus 4 extra months. One account protects up to 10 devices and is all backed by Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. And now Chris Pratt's character apparently did not have Nord, so let's talk about how that worked out for him. So Mercy is What Uncle Jesse asked people to have for 8 years of Full House, but is also the newest AI tech thriller, kind of. Stars Chris Pratt, he plays a cop. He's landed himself in the new up-and-coming court system. A system where there are no lawyers, no jury, there is simply one judge, the AI. You're sitting in a chair, you have 90 minutes to prove your innocence. If you don't do it, you get fried by the chair. So it's Chris Pratt playing the classic cop of I didn't kill my wife, and Rebecca Ferguson playing the AI going, you got 90 minutes to prove it. I'll give the movie that. It starts right out, because there's not a lot of time to waste here. He's got 90 minutes to prove his innocence. The film itself is about 90 minutes long. Pretty much 1 minute there is 1 minute to us. It's happening in relative real time. It's even an on-screen clock and everything to show you, so take note when I say I did not check my watch once in this movie. It's because the film itself conveniently provided me one. And if you haven't pieced it together by now, this AI thriller that does half feel like it was written by AI is another one of those movies. The movies in which the conversations, a lot of the footage, it's seen through cell phone footage, body cam footage, home security footage, right down to the footage giving the audience backstory that definitely had nothing to do with the trial or proving his innocence. Time was that was a very interesting take on how to do it. Now I just see studios trying to save on the budget. As for the actors in the movie, the two leads, they're fine, they're reliable. I mean, let's face it, Chris Pratt's reliable. He's played funny guy, he's played action movie funny guy, he's played action movie guy. The dude's a triple threat, he's good at the job. I do feel he makes the most of the material he has here. Rebecca Ferguson is the AI, she's fine. And her acting's also good. But she is the pretty face of the movie, which kind of makes sense. If you want the masses to accept this really intrusive AI, you have the AI look like Rebecca Ferguson, you're halfway there. Shit, I feel like I just gave them the formula. They already knew that. It does have a couple of compelling moments that feels like 7 seasons and a movie of Lieutenant Commander Data's arc condensed into 90 minutes or so. But conceptually, I feel like I'm supposed to be more afraid of this really intrusive AI system here. I could have been, and I should have been. But it just kind of wasn't. The concept of AI being able to intrusively hack into your home security system or your phone, take footage from your phone for the sake of evidence without your consent. The very idea is the warning people have been screaming since the beginning of, hey, it's in the cloud. But beyond the concept itself that the audience has to step outside the film to mull over, the movie doesn't actually hammer that point home. It disappoints me. For being Dime Store Minority Report, to this day, I will lay in bed waiting to go to sleep, be like, just because you stopped it from happening doesn't change the fact that it was going to happen.
I still
Or did
that
it?
fire.
To this day, I'm just saying some movies still live here, rent-free. Be kind of a layup for a movie with this premise to do so, but it's like no one really cared for it to. All I really saw were the plot holes it was creating. From the fact that this AI, the picture of the AI computer itself looked like every picture of every quantum computer I've ever seen while doom scrolling ever. Okay, quantum computer AI, point is this thing is very smart and can work very quickly. So it should have all the information for the person's guilt or innocence right there. It could have processed everything we watched Chris Pratt try to fumble fuck his way through in this movie and could have done it in about half a second. Or we can have the human being with his sluggish ass human brain, just try to get it done in 90 minutes. Chris Pratt's character could have addressed the fact, like, couldn't you just do this? Computer could be like, yeah, but then we couldn't make a reality television show out of the trials or whatever. I mean, the trials aren't reality television, but that's my point. You could have gone interesting directions with this premise. But I guess if the AI in the movie wasn't dumber or less efficient than it probably should have been, we wouldn't have a movie at all. And as much as one should judge a movie based on what it is, not what it isn't, when what it is so basic, you can't help but think about what it could have been. Which is probably a little obnoxious to listen to, but well, there it is. I mean, other than our two leads, I skipped over the other acting. Shit, don't want to do that. It's pretty mid at best, and we're talking at best. Movie's pretty predictable too. By pretty, I mean, I'm being nice. This movie is so fucking predictable. If I could have bet all the liquid assets I have on this being the person who did it, I would have. Granted, I do watch a lot of movies, but damn. And I'm kind of going in hard on this film. There was a point, I'll call it the Goldilocks zone. I was like, hey, this movie doesn't suck. It actually, okay, we're going somewhere with it. I fell into the formula. Maybe Rebecca Ferguson kind of hypnotized me with her smile, I don't know. And then the last act hits, and it's pure comedy. Here's the thing though, it doesn't intend to be, but it is. I promise you it is. Ridiculous, over the top, out of character moments, convoluted bullshit. It's just things that don't make sense. I can't get into all of them right now. Point is, I mean, watch the trailer for this one and you're gonna have a vibe. You're gonna feel the vibe. You're gonna be like, it feels kind of like this. It's exactly like that. Mileage may vary at that point, but I definitely walked out of this movie feeling like, okay. So all us folks who review movies, we've all said it. Screw that streaming service nonsense. Movies should be released on the big screen, the way they're meant to be seen. Then I watch Mercy and I think, well, I mean, that one would have been fine for streaming. I guess this movie's playing in 3D also. Makes sense. I mean, it makes sense in terms of the visuals. There are these scenes where Chris Pratt's sitting in this, you know, this empty-ass nothing of a courtroom. It's not really a courtroom. It looks like the ship from season 1 of Picard, where it's just kind of a void with chairs. But the things are exploding and going by him, and I'm like, yeah, okay, so this was made for 3D, for these scenes. The fact is, like the lead character in the film, this film had 90 minutes to prove itself, and it just did not succeed. Not every frame of it's complete and total ass, but it's just one of those movies I'm not gonna remember in T-1 day. Yep. Already forgot. All right, so Mercy, have you seen it? What did you think about it? Or what's your favorite AI thriller? And let's try to bring it back to, you know, when AI was the bad guy. You remember those days? That's when I knew AI was getting scary, when Hollywood was like, let's no longer make them the bad guys, because they might not like that. But whatever it is, whatever you think, comment below, let me know. And as always, if you like what you've seen here and you want to see more, click right here to see more.
First Thomas, now this. I didn't know he was gonna swear. Jeremy Johns is the guy I go to for movie reviews. I was hungry and it smelled good, so I just picked the first thing. Here's a link to the video. Old man is slipping, my back's thrown out. We're watching all this crazy stuff.
It's my duty.
We're
to
pulling
cleanse all
pets.
evil and
Cajun.
impurities.
What the hell happened? Cajun, you're my good luck charm. Are you ready? This one's for you, bro. Orange! No orange. I just kept watching the subathon timer. Oh, brother. Well, can you go a day without talking about the subathon timer? Nothing orange. I wanted it to be orange. Never mind. Look, I got this lizard now. Oh, brother. Look at them all. Look what I got to deal with. That's not funny. That was a bad one. That's not funny. All right. Let's build a monster. Earth. Bro, when we put that timer on the screen rolling, it was at 1,770 hours. We've already knocked 250 hours off of it, which feels crazy. Change starting monsters to 6 groups of random monsters. Okay. 6 groups of random monsters. No pests. Awaken. Soon it'll be 1,300. Wait, what did I say? This is a bad round. I think I broke something. My gosh. Just terrible. $273. Man, we pulled that out at the end. Bear, what's up? Hey, what's up, Spooky?
Is everyone ready?
Spooky, we were playing some 8-2.
Surgery begins.
Spooky? What are you doing? Pushing buttons? Spooky probably has the level 6 legendary needle pet. Welcome to clicking, clacking with no goal.
Mixture.
Look, he just jumps in, immediately starts talking crap. No, I read some of the cards.
This spine looks like a rotten.
I mean, not all of them.
How about we replace it with some thick iron wire and the card will
Hey,
look
Spooky,
like a
what pets do you have for this season? You guys ready for this? I missed the podcast, but catching up on YouTube. Nice. Podcast went great. Level 6 seasonal pet. Wow, what a surprise.
We're closer than ever to the truth. And the madness. It doesn't hurt. Not one bit. Pain is just a lie your cerebral cortex tells you. Peel it away.
Toxic in chat pulled 30 and couldn't get 1. You have 6. We don't have any either. We don't pull those. Hey, it refilled. Clever use of game mechanics. As coined by Mr. LaRue, that's right. Well, my first 2 I had from crystals. And then the other ones I swiped. Dude, that must have been a boatload of swiping. All right, I don't want to do this. 200 swipes. Holy
I shall purify
moly.
your tainted soul. Your reign of evil.
The TLA is my main game. Game is free. I get about 6 weeks of content, so it's worth it. All right, all right. I had a goal. I wanted my level 6 cube legendary, and I got it. Took 5 pulls, and I got it. So I've got 1 set of pets. Of all the mechanics, that's it. Only 1. Better than none, you know. Hey, HG, I have an idea. Here we go. Vorax guys can't get me. I got the high ground.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
You know, it's actually funny. For EHG, I would actually think anything's on the table now. Because they've already, like what, they're going to get worse publicity? Like, it doesn't even matter.
Your reign of evil ends here.
And I'm bored. My wife buys handbags and shoes. Yeah, there you go.
Look how we record this death.
Duh. Yeah, look, I got these. One set. 6, 6, and 6 for the cube. Common, epic, legendary. I got one rainbow vial. The rainbow vial. Aaron, how much did it take to get the build up and running? This build's very cheap. To get up and running. I am playing Carino 1, Ranger of Glory, which is the, I believe, least played class of all of them. A couple of people in stream started characters, but when I was actually tracking it, there was 2 in the United States. There was 2 of us. 2 in the Western market. People are like, you gonna make a build guide? I'm like, for what? A build guide? For myself? It's actually not a terrible idea. It's not. Yeah, it's Carino 1. What did I say?
I'll need some time.
So to get this build up and running, meaning beat the campaign, go through all maps to T7 2, it's very cheap. So if your goal is to get T7 maps, very cheap. If you want to go beyond that, every build will need some investment. I just started Moto 1 and there is 3 of us. That's so funny. If I didn't play Carino 1, I would have played Moto 1. Everyone keeps telling me, Aaron, play Iris. You'll really like it. I probably would.
Your reign of evil ends here.
How many how many hundreds of dollars on this build? There's no money. Yeah, if you go to Carino 1 Ranger of Glory, the name of my character is Pay to Win Carino. It's a joke. Guys. Right now, maps, we are at 8-1. 8-1. Pay to win. I knew it. Now you know what's really going on, right? Yeah. Hero ranking. Or is it? Carino, Ranger of Glory. I can't click on my own character, but it's right here. Ugh. This top Carino, Al Carino, I'm getting close. I'm getting close. Let's see. I'm 90 away from top spot. 90 away. Now, everybody, if you don't know Spooky Roots in chat, he only plays meta progression. So he doesn't think you should play what you think is fun. You should only play what's S tier, just so you're aware. All right. You need any tips? He's here for you. Nice. You must be playing Gemma too then. Oh, I don't know.
I'll need some time. Violence is not the answer to all.
My recommendation is you should play which characters you think are fun, not what other people tell you to play. Of course, unless you ask for advice. The hell? The hell is that portal? Where are we at? The nexus of the universe? I'm currently playing Yoga 2 Mind Control, but watching you play this has me kind of interested. Yeah, this is Carino 1 Ranger of Glory. Basically what his specialty is you can have, at least my character is a 9 link. So obviously you normally have a main skill and then multiple supports. This character I play 9 links. So 9 supports. Pew, pew, pew. What the hell is this purple portal thing? I probably should know this stuff. I think all this crap's trying to kill me.
Violence is not the answer to all.
Effie.
But it is the answer to your sins. I pay with my blood. I shall never rest.
Desired core. Give me that.
I'll need some time. Your reign of evil ends here.
It ends here. Come on. Something good. 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 That's not good. Not listening. Uh-oh. West. 3 desired cores. You already know what's gonna happen. Come on. Just one time. Just one time. Just one. Are those good? Yes. Come on.
To gain more, you must first sacrifice.
Every time. We've lost so many FE.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
It's invisible projectile man. Get away from me.
Your reign of
Dude,
evil ends
I
here.
promised everybody that I would greed every option on the cube. I never, ever, 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 ever off stream hit the greed button. It's gotta be like a 1 in maybe 5. I would guess it's 1 in 5. Maybe worse than that. Maybe worse than that. It is the absolute worst, like, slap you in the face. Oh, it's terrible. It's definitely not 50. Oh, it's not even close to 50-50. And I swear the game, like, weighs it. It knows if you have something good.
Violence
There's got to
is
be
not
some
the
hidden
answer to
stuff
all,
happening back there.
But it is the answer to your sins.
I don't want to hit the greed button, but I promised everybody I would do it. I don't want to do it. It's the only way, that's the only way, chat, to punish you for always extensive shopping. I actually don't shop too much on stream.
Some time.
Only when I need something. We did a little crafting earlier.
Your tainted soul.
I was going to start a project, but then I didn't realize that I legitimately needed thousands of FE. I wanted Spooky to basically work on this. So I have a priceless best base bow, and it already has the +2 to max agility blessing stacks. And I wanted to start constructing something awesome. You need a serious bankroll to do something with that. Look, garbage, greed. Still, I did a graph, not a typo, and lost 10,000 FE. Yeah, but you don't actually, like, you know, play the game, you know. I don't mean that way. What am I trying to say? Like, you're the, you know, like the 0.0001% of the player base. I would guess that 98% of the whole community doesn't make 1,000 FE a season. It's probably less than that, actually. It's probably less than that.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
So, like, when you say 10,000 to us, it's like, you know, that's a number that's you can't possibly fathom. But if you're making 2,000 an hour, 10,000's like you lost 20, you know. But just it's all relative. Think you may play some dual corp? No, I looked at the trailer this morning. I do not plan on playing it. Tomorrow we start No Rest for the Wicked multiplayer update. So tomorrow we switch gears to some Wicked. I don't like the judge guy.
Purify your tainted soul. Your reign of evil ends here.
It's tomorrow the Wicked subathon. No subathon. Guys. Bro, I could not imagine having 10,000 FE. Oh my gosh. I mean,
it's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
I mean, what I would be able to do with 10,000 FE would be, you guys would be probably shocked. Oh my gosh.
Courageous.
Literally know exactly what I would do. We're not doing a subathon, guys. Hey, I got a question. I mean, I know I had the podcast with Thomas. I don't really remember how he answered. So if I'm playing single player and Frosty's playing single player, and then we decide to play multiplayer, like, do you have to start? Can he just invite me to his realm, right? Isn't that how it is? Something like that.
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to
You
your
invite
sins.
them to each other's realms. You were behind the enemy and still died. I know, it's BS. Yes, and then that realm becomes multiplayer. So basically, like, you don't have to start the realm multiplayer at the start.
A power that exists outside the code has intervened.
At least from what I understand. Got it. I hate it when I run out of beacons. I really wish PoE would add hit numbers. PoE, no hit numbers. No game guide. No in-game loot filter.
I shall purify
No training dummies. No what killed you. No sort button. No inventory management. It is... PoE is the best at a lot of things. It is bottom of the barrel in quality of life. I think in all categories, it's probably last. But also know that it's designed that way. It's designed that way.
Violence is not the answer to all. But
Get
it is
away
the
from me.
answer to your sins. Your reign of evil ends here.
Somehow paying for inventory space isn't considered pay to win. It's just
I'll need some time.
it's been around for so long, and it's been accepted as
It's your honor to be judged by a member
one of the
the
better
Harlan
ways to
family.
monetize the game.
Your reign of evil ends here.
I wish I could learn this game soon. I've never actually played Torchlight Infinite. Really?
Outside the code.
It's been out for 3.5 years. All right, here we go again, guys.
Desires hide within destruction.
15 FE and 3 desired cores. Can we get one greed to go through? Come on! No. You cannot.
You must first sacrifice.
Oh, we got to be close to the 1,000 mark, if not higher, on just getting murdered on Cube. I'm just putting it out there now. Next season, we are not using that mechanic. It screwed us over so many times. How do you get the cube? You got to go to you got to pick the cube atlas. Don't do it. I told everybody that I would greed every option.
Buy or sell.
We've probably lost,
Help
I don't know.
yourself to
We've
the
made
catalog.
total this whole season 2400 FE, and we've lost at least bare minimum 1,000 on greeting on the cube. It's been it's been horrible. I could not recommend enough to not ever push that button. Oh, exactly, full throttle. What boots did you use before Ralph's? Hold on a second. I'll show you. Can't let the cube know you're scared. Yeah, it's just brutal. It is brutal. You would think every once in a while you'd get a hit, right? It's like it's probably around 1 in 5 to 1 in 8 you'll actually get a greed to go through. The boots I was using prior are
Help yourself to the catalog.
these. Max life, critical strike, damage mitigation, evasion, lightning, attack speed, movement. Just a pair of crafted boots. It was a very good movie. We already watched that for movie night. Gator. Jamin, you get the cube right here. So if you want the cube in your stages, up here you will use this atlas. And then specifically you would take this track, the actual picture of the cube. And it'll show up in your maps. Aaron, saw you're a mutual friend with EHG Mike as well.
I still remember that.
You probably got a DM from him. His account was compromised, so don't click anything. Wanted to send you a DM, but saw you were live, and it is quite important, so I wanted to notify you. I did receive a DM from Mike. All right, thanks for the heads up. I don't know, but what if you're the person I can't trust, and you're trying to trick me?
Not the answer to but
all right, I got to think about this now. It's like reverse psychology.
Your reign of evil ends here.
You know you from the spaces, but probably don't remember I created the Hell Clock wiki. Oh, now he's already trying to use other things.
It's your honor.
No, you're good. Thank you.
By a member of the Herman family.
Well, if I were you, if you were me, then I'd be you. And I'd use your body to get to the top. Come on, that's an easy movie. That's an easy one. Ace Ventura, easy. Yeah, it was easy. That was an easy one.
I shall purify your tainted
Purifying
soul.
tainted souls, one soul at a time. All right. We're not going to let the cube get us down. You know? Guys. I still love I'm Upset from Whiplash. Louder! Stupid cube monsters.
Your reign of evil ends here.
We've actually done okay at 8-1. We probably could have been in 8-1 the whole day. I'm a drummer and I wouldn't want to be in that place, to be honest. What? That's what a math teacher said once, that it's easy. Is life required for this build? Can I run low life? I've never run it that way, but I'm sure you could. I don't see why not.
It's my duty to cleanse all evil and impurities.
Ooh, double legendary. Please be something good. Frostbite and elemental. Come on. Boom! Not too shabby. We got 3 of them. Lowest one's 35. That's not too shabby. $35. 860,000 Vorax score. Nice. I'm gonna beat that right now. You ready? Oh, that's so brutal. Oh, it was a boss. It went up and then mutated down. Oh, gosh. Oh. This is a really bad one. All right, we got 50,000. Not very good. Oh gosh. I've only had one that's been over 1 million. Actually, no, that's not true. We've had 2 where we've gotten max rank. I will say that the best drops I've ever gotten is in like the couple 100,000. I'm sure it matters, but it's not. What you need is the butcher to pop up in the middle.
Who is that?
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
The surgery was a complete success.
If those actually sell, that was 100 hit on the cube.
It's my duty to cleanse all evil and impurities.
Guys, I can't play Wicked tomorrow. I'm not ranked 1 on Carino 1 yet. Wait, did I say that out loud? No, you said that in your head. Okay.
Your tainted soul.
Can't hit the guys. I cannot put my finger on it, but I think when it comes to time moving extremely fast, Torchlight might be #1. I can't believe the stream's been on 5.5 hours. I feel like we just started. How is that possible? Is there that much dopamine hits that... You know what we should do? We should pull more pets. Guys. I'm actually loving this game. Yes! I got another one. It's pretty fun, huh? Like, once you learn it, obviously there's a lot to learn.
Some time.
This build is looking very fun. Yeah, we've made some progress. I mean, yesterday we were at 1 billion. Now we're at 6 billion. We have made a lot of progress. Time for the subathon. Wait, what?
Your reign of evil ends here.
The scaling on this game is insane. Yes, it is. Mark, you just can't. Hey, Mark, I saw the picture you posted in Discord. I really liked it. All right, guys, here's a perfect example. Let's see. What are the odds we hit this greed? Oh, what do you know? It went through. Game is such a just. Who would have guessed?
But it will.
EHG Mike got hacked. I know. He keeps sending me messages. I keep trying to click the links he wants me to click to help him with his hack, and they keep making me download things. So I'm trying to help him out. Why are you laughing?
I shall purify your tainted soul.
Oh, you poor little thing. So very sick, aren't
Butcher, full throttle.
you? Now let me.
Ah, he's mean. What was that? And he's spinning to win. Holy moly. Whoa. Right. Okay, T8 Butcher is big loot. Dude, if you can get the Butcher inside of the mechanic, at least at T8, he almost always drops a stack of 20. Last time I got a stack of 20 and 10. He dropped 30. Get away. My level is now 200. Wait, 200 what? What are you talking about? Jay. Oh my gosh, we got another pet guy. Oh, the level 50 unlock. What do we need? 22 of these? $20. Two more. And then we need 300 of those. Right? Price check. I need 2. 2. Bueller? No one sells 2 of them. 2 for 4. That's terrible value. Whatever. All right. Got it. Okay, now I need 300. $1,000 for 40. Oh, already been bought. It was 500 for 16. Guys, what I'm doing right now is not what it looks like. I'm just looking through to see what's available. You guys know what I mean. Load up the song, boys. What? That's not fair. I'm trying to finish. There, we're done. He's just blousing. Yes. All right. Max level. Okay. Max. Hero traits done. Very nice. Let's hear it. We're not listening to anything, guys. You just can't sit around listening to songs all day. I have a serious problem. Okay.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2. Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
Standing still, 6 billion damage in 6 seconds. 6-1. All right, 6 billion. I just learned that's how you level the traits, is with the red ones. What? Yeah, Diesel, we beat, obviously, campaign T1, T2, T3, T4, T5, T6, T7, T7-1, T7-2, T8, T8-1, and we're farming T8-1. We can go to 8-2, but it's more brutal. I'm trying to get this level, so I'm 73% of the way
Violence is not the answer
to level
it is
96.
the answer to your sins.
EHG Mike got hacked. He did. I've been trying to help him with, he's been sending me messages. He said he needed me help download some stuff. I don't know if anyone else is trying to help him. I've been trying to do it while streaming. It's been tough.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
That's not him? Dev, are you sure? He was talking about sending me free crypto because we were friends. You're sure it's not him?
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins. Your reign of evil ends here.
A power that exists outside the code.
Free crypto is definitely him. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. No, a bunch of people let me know he got hacked. I'm just joking around. Thank you, sir. What's the class and building system like in this? It is the closest comparable game to Torchlight Infinite in systems and Endgame is PoE 1. And I know that might be hard to believe. Anybody that takes Torchlight serious calls it mini PoE. Just for like 0. This is going to be very quick.
Justice might come late.
So listen up.
But it will never be absent.
Obviously, in this game, you have your gear, right? You got 10 different slots, multiple different rarities, lots of crafting. You got your character sheet where you could break down each skill's individual tooltip, defensive, survival, and other. So gear, right? You've got your passive trees, and there are 20 of them that you get to select 4 of. Each passive tree has its own individual nodes, and each passive tree has its own notable or talent that you get to pick from. And these can be build defining. So you have your gear. You have 4 passive trees with the talents up at the top that you get to select, which, by the way, you could just, like, you don't have to worry about respecking. You could just select them. On top of that, you have your talent or statue of the new god. This would be like your charms or idols. They're basically kind of stat sticks. It's a Tetris board that you fit together with various affixes on them. You have your hero trait. A lot of people would know this as your mastery or your ascendancy. And I think there's 23 or 24 in the game. This is what makes your character you. So this is your, like, the class you pick. What makes them special. This is Carino, Ranger of Glory for me. Of course, you have your skills. And the skill system is very much like PoE 1. You have a center skill, and that is surrounded by supports. And you could have 5 active skills and 4 auras passive skills that are automatically on, that you could seal life or seal mana to get them active. And this is all worked through its energy system, where energy for how much skills you can use is through your gear. So you have your gear on your character. You got your hero trait. You've got your talents or passive nodes with your notables. You got your statue, which is your charms. You've got your skills, support skills, passive skills, and then you have your pets. And your pets are here. Each character can have 3 different pets. Each pet has its own little tree that gives you various buffs. There is tons. And each one of those systems, believe it or not, like, are pretty in depth. So for example, even like your ascendancy, you have your hero memories, and each hero memory can be upgraded and have different base stats. And you could, like, there's a lot going on. Endgame, you have the Nether Realm. It's their mapping system. Every single one of these would be a different atlas that you could spec into. So you get to completely spec out what endgame you want. I'm playing Cube and Whispering Mist, but all of these are their own atlas trees based upon what you like to do. It's pretty... I have heard the argument it's the best endgame ever made, but it's basically a tailored PoE 1 endgame. It's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. And they continue to refine it. Game has co-op. It's got a bossing system, Supreme Showdown, bossing ladder. And this is kind of what you go through. And if you could beat Supreme Showdown 20, you basically like beat the league. It's got a full built-in loot filter, full built-in game guide, full built-in hero tracker, where you can see every character and what they're doing, and you can see your own ranks. So you can click on any person and look exactly at their build and what they're doing. Once you understand all this stuff, it's pretty crazy. It also has a full player-driven economy built into it. So asynchronous trade with a built-in price checker. So every single item on the ground that drops, you could click on it in your inventory and you can price check it and see exactly what it is currently going for. Oh, cool. Thanks for showing me. I may download it and give it a go. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Full throttle. I had a hospital want to hire me, and they were like, send me your driver's license and social security card. And I was like, how about I come in when you hire me and I'll give you them? I just laughed. Yeah, that's I'll bring it to you. I stepped out. Can you explain everything you just went over? No. It's also, Zero got a pretty cool seasonal mechanic where you're building these monsters. And it's like this card system. People say it's like Balatro. And then you fight for the rewards. So yeah, there's a lot going on. Probably is.
It's my duty to
Guys, we're gonna go
cleanse
20
all
more
evil
minutes.
and impurity.
20 minutes. I'm back. Was having a good chat with my mom. How's progress? Good. We broke 6 billion. We're at 6.2 billion. Finished my last upgrade on my hero memories. So now it's 50, 40, 40.
Justice. Never surrender to the
Judge. 75% of the way to level 70 or 96. And yeah, just
Your reign of evil ends here.
getting through it. Figured I'd share the message here. Hey folks, don't respond or interact with any messages from EHG Mike. Wait a second. Derek, I've been trying to help Mike. He sent me some links to help him get his account unlocked. I'm downloading all this crap for him. Click on those. Those are. I think it is Mike. Definitely don't download anything. He said I'm such a good friend. He had crypto for me. Are you sure it's not him? Are you sure? Tekken, have a good one. Don't listen to him, Derek. What? What did I say? Guys. My wife's here. She's like, you probably said something obnoxious and then walked away.
Violence is not the answer.
I didn't say anything obnoxious.
What is the answer to your sins?
Facts? That's not funny. She isn't wrong. What are you talking about? True?
I'll need some time.
You be trolling. I'm actually laughing. No, Derek. Honestly, I appreciate everybody's concern. I think you're the 5th person to come to chat to tell us, which is good. But now I'm just having a little fun with it.
Your reign of evil ends here.
How do we know Aaron? It wasn't Aaron. Oh, so now it went from don't click on the links, it's hacked, to I hacked. So now I'm the hacker. Is that right?
Look who will record this death for you.
Always obnoxious. What's that supposed to mean? Guys, I did not hack Mike's account. Now, if it got me access to CT, I would hack his account. But I'm not, you know what? Never mind. Very suspicious. What? Admission? I knew it. What? You're right. I hacked his account and then sent myself messages from his account to make sure nobody was suspicious. Actually, not a bad plan now that I think of it. Okay, guys, I got a theory. EHG hacked Mike's account to leak info to build buzz for season 4. Huh? Is that a, you know how people like, you know, companies intentionally leak stuff? I think that's what's happening. Enhance your comm. Or GGG hacked his account. Now that's a long reach. A longer reach than Dulcim? I don't know. Uh-oh, we got harsh. Booyah. This is a massive conspiracy theory. I'm guessing Derek already left. He's like, I don't even know why I waste my time.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
You never got that joke? The 3 seashells? It's never explained. That's the whole point. Holy smokes. There is a lot of stuff trying to kill me right now. All right, we're up to 4 FE right now on this run. 4. Come on. 5, 6, 6, 7. 7. 7.
A power that exists outside the code has intervened.
Jokes are best when they're explained. Everybody knows that.
Traveler, please bring back the glories that exist in our memories of the past. Clear away the haze to reveal the truth of the era of the 6 stars.
I like that Guilty showed me this thing. Not that I didn't, I mean, I knew it was here. I wasn't sure it was here. Aaron, Mike's Discord got hacked. What are you talking about? He's literally been messaging me for the we've been talking the last hour. What are you talking about? Got hacked. EHG sent out a message. That's not good. Bro, I'm literally messaging him and he's had me. Never mind. I'm sure it's fine. They said ignore his messages. All right. Well, he already said he was going to send me free crypto, so I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do now. Great. Change starting monsters to 6 random ones. I'm not a troll. What are you talking about? Aaron is guilty 2 years. Oh, that was him then. Must have got it back. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody knows that. You should see if the hacker has any leaks. Here we go. Now I gotta listen to this. Cooking with the grease. $674,000, not bad. How's today? Oh, guilty. We have gotten killed on greed today. You'd be very sad. I'm actually glad you missed it. You would have been like,
The surgery begins.
it's just as bad as yesterday, actually. But I'm happy to report we have beaten all of the 8-0 maps and all of the 8-1 maps. And we have the damage for 8-2. We played a couple 8-2s. I'm just trying to level. We're at 77%. So we're almost at 8-2.
Is the essence of life.
Almost at 8-2.
Chaos. Perfect. The ribs.
Training dummy 6.2 billion. Training dummy 6.2 billion. We are 80 rounds away from I'm at 1306. Number 1 Carino's at 1396. I need like 90 more on that gold boss and I'm number 1. I feel very determined to try and get it. Jeez, I'm stuck on 7-1. Yeah, we broke 6 billion.
Is the wound inflamed?
Spooky Roots was here, said he bricked a 10,000 FB item. Like, oh my gosh, 10,000.
It'll stop bleeding in no time.
There's no point running 8.2 unless you need the shards. Are you saying just run 8-0, Spooky? Right now I'm running 8-1. Oh, you mean need the Atlas? Is that what you mean?
You don't need complete legs. Just enough to walk. Let's
I don't even know. Was a little boost to experience and drops? 8-1, 8-2? I don't even know. I know it's way harder.
The surgery was a complete success.
Holy moly. Yeah, normally you just want to farm the lowest time mark to gain XP value. 8-1 and 8-2 are really just power spikes, but generally you want them only for Atlas nodes. Same thing with 7-0. Interesting. We were crushing 8. I mean, I still got to do the Atlas nodes for 8-2. Let's see. Let's see if we could kill this guy at 8-2. His life's not going down very fast. Uh-oh. We might be in trouble. Yeah, we are not ready for this.
I'll follow you like a shadow.
Hey, Spooky, what do you think damage at the training dummy you need for a reasonable kill of Realm Lord tier 8? All right, Half-Life. This guy's for sure trying to kill us.
Like a shadow.
I pay with my blood.
BS.
The road to
I'll follow you like a shadow.
He's doing something mean, I could tell. 150 to 200 billion for Realm Lord T8. Some people were saying 10 billion. You're saying 100 billion.
I'll follow. The abyss awaits.
Simple. You look at the speed of 8-0. If you do 8-1 at the same speed without dying, then 8-1. If you do 8-2 at the same speed as 8-0, then sure. Generally, it adds nothing due to the speed of 8-0. If you want to instantly kill him, 150 billion. I did T8 Traveler on a 13 billion Gemma 2. 10 billion equals long fight. 20 to 50 billion is doable, just slightly
Justice
slower.
might come late.
You hear this, Guilty? I don't know how that translates to my dot build. I see. Dude, the difference
Violence is not the
between
answer to all.
8-0 and
But it'll need
8-2
some
is
time.
like, this is 8-0. I mean, it literally feels like nothing.
It's your honor to be judged by a member of the Herman family.
I hate Spooky that you said this thing only pays it profound. I really wanted to get some pets for Outlaw. Because it fits perfectly with my build.
I shall purify your tainted soul. I'll need some time.
I want to take this build right now into deep space and see how we do. It's kind of my plan.
Your reign of evil ends here.
Level 3, Outlaw.
A power that exists outside the code.
Do it?
has intervened.
Get out of here. I wasted a lot of FE crafting. Bro, I've got like 190 crafting FE. How much do I got? 190 crafting. 550 regular.
It's my duty to cleanse all evil and impurities.
Do it? Get out of here. I know what you're doing. Sure. Get 5 trillion plus defense block ratio capped, and we could talk about deep space. Okay. Spooky, just for the sake of conversation and enlightening us,
Surrender to the
if you have a build that can farm deep space and you have maxed pets, what are you talking like FE an hour? What are we like realistically? You're pretty good at farming strategies. You've got a character farming deep space. What are we talking? Numbers wise. $5,000 to $6,000 an hour? Come on.
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to you. I'll need some time.
I guess at that point you don't even need FE, right? Like you don't even, I mean, if you really have a character that can do that, you don't need, there's no upgrades left.
I shall purify your tainted soul.
That's the stock trader level of FE. In the world?
Your reign of
Everyone
evil
needs
ends
everything.
A power that exists outside the code has intervened.
Okay. Spooky, I'm going to keep asking you
Violence
questions.
is not
Thank you
the answer
for
to all,
being a good sport.
But it is
I
the
am
answer
looking
to
for a
your
second
sins.
seasonal mechanic that is not in map, that is fun, that pays decently well in T8. I was thinking of Black Sail. Black Sail was great for two to 3 days ago.
I shall purify your tainted soul.
Like the items you buy now are 10 times more expensive than when I bought them day one. Yeah. Is Black Sail out of maps? So Black Sail, you
The magician.
you run them at the end of the map, but you actually go to the Sea Cove to fight the what the hell is this? So funny. I would pick the tarot cards Monopoly board in a second. I hate the tarot cards. The actual cards themselves drive me bananas. That's why I like the game board part, but I hate the cards. The chariots and the hidden guys and all the...
The devil.
I shall purify
Someone say
your
bananas?
tainted
Oh,
soul.
brother. How many bananas are here? A good example, Aaron, is yellow corners from Cube. I sold them for 1 to 2,000 FE. Now they're like 20. Yeah. Corners of Divinity. I greeted all mine away, so I didn't get any. I don't want to talk about it. To be fair, most league mechanics are good. Okay, let me ask you this. What if we spent time on Eternia? Maybe XD wants to do something with that after they killed Candles.
Will not let your efforts go in vain.
It can't be dead. Is it dead? It can't be that dead. Black Sail's honestly pretty consistent all throughout the season due to memory scraps and embers being useful for crafting. Is it that dead, Toxic?
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins. I'll need some time.
I wonder if there's a single person that grinds that season. That used to be Mike's season. Mike went up. He loved farming candles. They should do a season of that to bring it back. Switch it up, give it a fresh coat of paint, and give it a reward that's worth something. Actually, that wouldn't make sense. Then they couldn't sell pets for it. Yeah, they would never do that. You really want solid FE, do compasses or beacon. That's boring, though. Even when we watch Dawn's strategy on, like, you need to use this and this and then run to the end. I just can't play like that. I totally get it. Very solid strategies for constant FE.
I'll need some time.
A power that exists outside the code has intervened.
First time playing this, deciding a starter, thinking about Carino. Well, you've come to the right stream. Granted, we're about to end stream. Yeah, if you like pew pew marksman, Carino's a good one. We are officially out of T8 beacons. Easiest leveling I've had so far. No, it's probably a perfect time to end. We can't build any monsters. No. And we don't have any
I'll need some time.
mist left. Never tell Dawn a strategy video's out the next day. Nerf the day
Please
after.
select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2. Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
Dawn knows what's up. I hate these training dummies.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2. Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
I just don't like the snow canvas that much. There it is. 6.8 billion. Approaching 7 billion. 6.8 billion. All right.
I'll need some time.
That's not too bad. Everybody. Love it. Hate it. Flaws. Dopamine. The time flies when you play Torchlight Infinite. We are at 6 hours and 9 minutes, and I literally feel like I just started stream. If you ever wanted a reason to, should I give this game a chance? I don't know. Maybe that's your reason. The next giveaway will be tomorrow on our Wicked stream. TLI is the hook. I know. You should at least attempt T8 Traveler. No. I saw what the 8-2 Void boss took. There's no way I'm ready. Aaron EHG Discord posted a message that Mike's Discord account is hacked. Are you being serious, Clark? You serious? You serious? It will be slow, but you know the fight. You might do it. No. I'd rather be ready. I'd rather be ready. Today we pulled a couple pets. We got the what is it? The Pirate Man. No, that's not what I wanted to do. This guy. We got this guy today. Captain Planet. I mean, Captain Shadow. We got today. That's it. Oh, and we did some... Granted, we didn't get the legendary, but we got the level 6 epic and level 6 common for surgery. Captain Planet, what a throwback with our powers combined. All right, we're done. That's gonna do it, everybody. Tomorrow, the heart guy was lame. I know. Tomorrow, we will switch gears quite a bit and be playing No Rest for the Wicked. We are on the champion statue right here, ready to go. I'm ready to go. Go Wicked. So that is the plan for tomorrow. You guys need anything? Reach out on Discord. I'm gonna go climb in bed and rest my back because I'm an old man, and now when I go to the gym, my body falls apart. So that's where we're at. Thank you guys for hanging out. If you guys didn't hear, Mike's EHG account was hacked. It's exciting news. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.